Okay, good afternoon all. Hope everyone is well. It is 16th of November, Thursday, last 2 days of the week. God, the weeks go quick. It'll be Christmas and January before we know it. So, let's just have a wee looky. So, how you doing, pal? Dre, good afternoon. Stop Hunter, good morning from California. That just puts an image of half-naked women on roller skates in nice warm weather. It's like everything the UK isn't. Speedy, good morning. How you doing, pal? Exponential, good day to you. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Another ranged out thing. Anybody see Mac's video? Just out of curiosity. It was actually a refreshing change. Anybody see it? I really wish he'd do more of those. In fact, in all fairness, I honestly believe we get more value out of that than you did, Wood. Yeah, I think we get more value out of that than his sort of daily review. It was good. The trouble is, the thing is, for us guys, Mac's like the dad. Hopefully we get, Mac's like the sort of the daddy of it, isn't he? If you like, he's the sort of the main man. So sometimes it's trying to get into his head, isn't it? And just hearing him talk there, in fact, that short he took, I wouldn't have normally took that because the EMA had gone flat and it was quite a bit above the EMA. So it's just nice to see what type of trade choice he takes. And I think it'd probably take him a lot less to do that because all he's got to do. But I wish he'd stop apologising about how long it's taking. I don't mind. I've got no problem sitting through 20 minutes while he's looking at a trade. I actually prefer it because he seems to want to speed it up so he doesn't, make people bored. But I'm quite happy sat there watching. You know what I mean? Yeah, reference trade. Yeah, he did. That's what you want to see. Getting to the head of the main man and see him trade and see what he thinks. When he's trading, I want to know what's going through his head. But I was surprised he took that trade. I wouldn't have normally taken that trade. See, so straight away I've learned something. You know what I mean? Sometimes I don't know whether I'm a bit too, safe conscious. I don't know. But bearing in mind, he does go for 1 point. So, some trades I see him take go for like 1.5 points maximum. So obviously his... so I'd have to, I adjust things accordingly. But it was just so refreshing to see that. Hopefully, he'll do some more. So let's have a look. Market has just opened now. There is a little bit of resistance down here, which makes me a little bit nervous about going short here. Having said that, we had a break out the top, so I think there's a good chance we'll get one out the bottom. Oh, balls. I hate it when that happens. So let's have a look. Let's see what goes. Because sometimes, realistically, although that channel looks nice, technically, if you follow that, which is the next swing, it has had a break in a new low. So, yeah, I'd only take a trade like this if there was a lower high, but it's got very close to this area. So it may not come down, it may just run. And so many times it does that. The only reason I thought it may come down here is because of this bit of a, a little bit of a push out the top. But in all honesty, it looks like it's got other plans. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. So if you didn't watch it, get in there and watch it. It's really good. It's something we rarely see from Mac. So... what I do as well is just send him a bunch of messages, say, really like that, give us some more. Beautiful. Forget the forget the daily stuff. That's not as important, I don't think. And in fact, I think a lot of you like me, I more watch those things just maybe to confirm something I took, or maybe just to hear him chat, really. Because that's half the thing. It's getting in the head of the main man. So hey Chad, how you doing, bud? Me and my rookie sell short. I've took short after the doji, but he had no problem. Yeah, it surprised me. So that's the thing. You don't know whether we're being too safe, whether we may need to sort of up it a bit. But he took that trade and I thought there is a possibility that trade could go against him because it was a bit wicky. So I'd say Mac probably loses a bit more than we think. I've heard people say, someone said he I don't know, what did they say? They reckon he'd done over 100 without losing one. I can't see that myself. But who knows? But yeah, I found a lot of value for it. I did put a message. Hey, Rodian, how you doing, bud? But I did put a message saying that was great value. Much better. Well, not better, but more useful than the sort of daily thing he does. Okay, I'd like to see a break above there, really, if I'm going to think about going short. But short, I wouldn't mind because of this. So I think there's a fair chance we could come back, but I would like to see a higher low. Okay, I have got another chart above my head, which is slightly different. I've started doing that. A couple of people do that. Just have a different, it's a 2000 tick chart, but it's slightly different. So sometimes if you're looking for a setup and it's a matter of one tick, then that's useful. Leg down, 1, 2. If we can get a lower high here, that might not be a bad option. So we got a leg down, 1 attempt to go higher, 2 attempts to go higher. Did you remember yesterday that channel I saw with 2 attempts to go higher? And I said, I bet Watts will be interested in that. The penguin guy, he actually marked it, but it went without him. He didn't manage to get it. But I like it when I sort of see something that he takes. Because it just it's useful to have that extra setup. Okay, so we've got a leg down, 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt. Might be a bit of a barking in a minute. Postman's just about to knock on the door, so they're downstairs anyway. So yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll see if I can find it on the other chart above my head. Where was it? That was it. Yeah, that was the one. So I'll make it a bit smaller so you can have a quick look. But yeah, this is the one I mentioned yesterday. We had that leg down. We had 1 attempt to go higher, a little bit of sideways, and a 2nd attempt to go higher, and that's the bar I took. He put it on a limit order a little bit back or something and missed it. But you can see it's a leg down with 1 attempt. It comes back, a little bit of flipping around, and a 2nd push followed by a bearish bar quickly. He actually marked that, but he didn't pick it up. So, but it gives me confidence that I'm thinking along the same sort of lines as him. So I was pleased about that. Okay, so same principle, leg down, 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt to go higher. My only slight concern is we're above the EMA at the moment. And I'd like to see this high slightly lower than this. Because we have actually had a break of this channel technically. You can make it fit that it hasn't had a break, but in all honesty, clearly has. So there is a possibility of something like that. We'll see. Okay, see, I don't know how the penguin, when he takes these trades, I don't know whether this 2nd push has got to be slightly lower. That's a bit higher, but it has pushed down strongly. So I would probably expect that to come down. But it's a big ass bar, so I'm staying out of it. It's just a little bit unclear. It's a little bit possibly sideways, but I would say that would lightly come down. I mean, you could take... No, it's not even a setup, really. You could take on a limit order if you wanted to, but I'm staying out of that. So, Chandler tried one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, slice straight through the MA. So I'd say that's probably going to come down. So we get a lower high or something. Interesting. It's a small range there here. Yeah, I do think it may be going a bit sideways. It's not the neatest of ranges, is it? Touch, 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 touch. Possibly. It's hard to say at the moment. It just may be a little bit of chop, I think. It's fair to say. I wanted to tell you guys something. I can't for the life of me remember what it was now. No, it's gone. Yeah, so if anybody didn't see that video of Max, it's definitely worth a watch. In fact, I don't even... Did he... Oh, he did do his normal sort of review, didn't he? But I think he put it on the website and then popped it on the YouTube channel. So I hope he does more of them. He did say he was going to. I'm hoping people send some messages and he gets some good feedback, because I think he would probably save himself a bit of time, because all he could do really is just put record on for his whole trading session, and then he doesn't need to talk, just record in the background. Then all he's got to do is when he sees a trade later on the day, just select maybe 15 minutes of this trade before and after and just talk over it. It would definitely save him some time rather than having the analysis. And then maybe just do the analysis over a week or something. I saw that Max was harassing you. Made some snide comments. When was that, bud? When was that? When was that? It's like arranged. Yeah. When was that? But have I missed something? On Mac's video. That was a while ago, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, you mean on my comment earlier? Was he really? Is that what you mean? That's why I stopped doing the... let's have a look. That's why I stopped. That's why I stopped allowing the comments, because he just kept... I don't know. After a few months ago, he was telling you to contact him. Yeah, yeah. You're saying he made a comment on the comment I made on the video? Is that what you mean? On Max... Oh, I see. Oh, I haven't seen that. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's why I stopped doing the... that's why I stopped allowing the comments, because every day I was getting something. I don't know why. Have a look. Was that the one? Was it not? Let's have a look. Oh, he's peep. This was another one, wasn't it? This was. Which one was this? Mixed day and right, okay. He actually commented on the normal video, didn't he? Put bless Max art from trying to show this to people who can't even hold down a job at McDonald's, and someone's put get off YouTube and get back to the griddle there, Max. I don't know who's put that. He's a bit of an odd guy, isn't he? Let's have a look. Thoughts when trade. This was the one. Let's have a look. He hasn't put anything on the actual video, has he? Just the sort of normal daily analysis. He called him Grammy and asked him where the TD was. Who did? On the trade video. I just had a look. I couldn't say that. Let's have a look. Maybe they're removed. Right. Okay. He mentioned me, did he, or not? Oh, it's still there. I just had a look. Let me have a look. On the video. Because there was two he made last night, wasn't he? Okay. It was the Max Thoughts when live trading, that one there, yeah. Okay, I'll just drag it in actually. Nothing we can do at the moment anyway, so okay, I put that absolutely invaluable, Mac. Nice to hear your thoughts when trading. This, in my opinion, is more valuable than daily review. Brilliant watch, thanks. That's what I put. So if you've not seen that, watch it. It's really good. He just talks about what he's seeing in the setup. Let's have a look. He's had a lot of good feedback, so I don't know whether he still reads this. I hope he does, because if he sees this good feedback... Max, wrong trend line, Grampy. Cheeky bastard. I bet he's going to get some grief. Scam. Let's see your trend line, son. Matt, excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. Let's see your trend line, son. Max is a known scammer. Just ignore him. Hey, Maxi Pad. Don't play. Mac has both channels drawn. Scammer as again. I do not know why he does it. That's why I had to stop the comments. Wrong trend line, Grampy. There's no need for that. There really isn't. I don't know why people do that. This guy's a bloody idiot. There's no need for that. There's no need for it. I don't know why they do it. Yeah, he is, isn't he? He was nice to me initially. He started messaging me about a year or so ago and says he thinks he could help me. Blah, blah, blah. And I spoke to, I think it was Nick Sesto, and Nick Sesto said, watch him, he's a scammer, he'll get you to sign up, or something like that. It happened to one of his mates or something. So I went, I'm okay, blah, blah, blah. And then he gave me a little bit of a sarky comment, said, well, it's up to you. If you don't want my help, then fine. You know, a bit of an arsey comment. So that was it. And then a while later, I got another message saying if I thought anything about his offer. And I went, I'm okay. I'm happy with what I'm doing. I'm blah, blah, blah. And he just started getting arsey. And then maybe a couple of 3 months ago, he put a nasty comment on the what's it said, you're a gambler, you're never going to make anything yourself and all this. So I got into a bit of an argument with him. I had enough by then. I thought, I'm gonna give you a mouthful back. And in the end, he started making comments on the video. So I had to stop it in the end and just do the comments. Clay, hey, Lance, and everyone. Where can I see Max video talking about? I'll show you, mate. It's just on YouTube, bud. I'll show you. Oh, shut up, you. Sorry about that. Sorry, I've got, that's Wilson looking out the window. There it is, bud. I'll drag it in. Wilson, shush. That one there, bud. Last night, 14 hours. Max thoughts when live trading. He actually takes a live trade, but he chats for about 20 minutes, which, in my opinion, is invaluable. So if you haven't seen it, watch it. He did say he'd make some more, so if he gets some good feedback, which he has, he might do some more. Let's have a look. But I don't know why that Max does it. He gets so much grief from people when he does so. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what some people get up to? Okay, so leg up, sideways, leg up. So let's have a look. Sorry about my dog, Wilson. Listen. Okay. Where were we? Shush. Let's have a look. So we're clearly ranging anyway. At least one good thing, we seem to be holding at a certain area. But I got to say, it scares the shit out of me taking trades at tops and bottoms. Trouble is, the bit that sort of makes me unsure about that is the fact that we've, from here, that's slightly higher, that's slightly higher, that's slightly higher. So we seem to be making higher highs. Whether that really makes a difference, because in all honesty, if at a quick glance, it looks sideways, doesn't it? But you never quite know when it's going to pop out the top or bottom. So I'm just going to sit tight. In fact, I was speaking to someone on here the other day, and they said when they stopped picking tops or bottoms, they started winning a lot more trades. So I'm probably not the only one who hates picking tops and bottoms. What I will say is, a couple of other you guys have got this other channel, exactly the same, but it's 2000 tick charts. You've just deselected, what is it? You've just deselected end of day thingies. Yeah, the break at end of day. That's quite a bearish bar at the side there, isn't it? We haven't got it on there. It's a bullish bar, so look how different they are. It's weird, isn't it? Does make you wonder which one to trust, but if you look at that one, I mean, if you're going to pick something there, it's clearly slow enough. If you're going to pick something there, really, that would be it, wouldn't it? So perhaps it's going to work, but I don't know how I feel about taking one on these different charts. But at the end of the day, sometimes I've had a different chart than you guys, and I've taken a trade and it's worked. So, who of you guys use this other chart just with the end of day deselected? I get why it would be useful, because sometimes a trade is decided in one tick. Sometimes you want it to tick above, and one tick is nothing, but it's everything for us. You know what I mean? Okay, so there's a lower high on that trade, so let's just shove that one out of the way for now. This one looks better. There is a lower high, but it is a bit congested. Scares the hell out of me taking these. Probably shouldn't do, but I think I'm better off taking a failure under the EMA if I don't want to do that, because it is a bit congested. If I was going to take that as a bearish bar, I'd want to be scalping a point, I think, no more. So let's just check there's no sort of channel. I don't think there is. Even if there is something like that, we're at the top of it, so you'd probably expect it to come down. But no, okay, so it wouldn't have worked anyway, so I'm quite glad I didn't take it. That's why I don't pick them. If I'd have taken it on the other chart, which did look bearish, I'd have got stopped out. So they just don't work for me. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why I don't get it. It's not one of my strong points, that's for sure. High low indicating we're going up. You think so? Well, in all fairness, you've probably got a point, because as I mentioned earlier, we are making higher highs, aren't we? It didn't come down to this low section, so at quick glance with this, you would think, yeah, you're probably right. And the fact that it continued on up after that bearish bar was a good enough reason not to take it. And I avoid them anyway, because in all honesty, I'm crap at them. So we'll see. But it has. What happened yesterday afternoon? Okay, so yeah, we had a range day. Where did I finish? It was about here. So it didn't really do much more. It was a bit of a sidewaysy. Well, it was actually a very, very rangy day all day, with the exception of this little push below here and finishing a bit lower. I do wonder sometimes whether you're better trading later in the day or not. But no, there's nothing I can see here that I'd probably want to trade. No, I don't know. Okay, so we're out the top. That's good. So we are at the highs of the day. We've equaled the highs of the day. So by the look of that, I'm pretty sure it's going to break it. Yeah, and it does. Okay. So let's see if we get something here. Okay. I think that looks all right, doesn't it? The only trouble with these sometimes is I like them to come back and retest the top, but you don't know then whether it's just going to be a failed breakout. Yeah, I don't know why Mac doesn't just record his trading session, but just not say anything, forget it's there. And at least then when he takes a couple of trades, he can just, flick through them, cut a section off here, and just, play maybe 20 minutes of him, and he can just talk over it. It'd probably save him time rather than the analysis, because the analysis is going to take a bit of time, isn't it, I think, or is it? I don't know. I'm pleased that he did it, though. But yeah, invaluable. So push up, tick right from the top of that channel. So I think that channel, as far as I'm concerned, is okay. Let's make it a little darker. Okay, so touch. If we can get down here somewhere. In fact, that can come down a smidgen. There we go. So even better. It's even better. So let me have a look on the daily. See what we may expect. So yeah, you can see yesterday, can't you? It really was a sideways day, wasn't it, yesterday? So is that triggered below there? Yeah, as I mean, if you look at that quick glance, a couple of legs, obviously the second one's a bit smaller, so you would expect it to get up there, but that's slightly bearish, isn't it? Although it's a bit green, but it's still slightly bearish. It has ticked below there, so I would say there's a fair chance that would push up above there, because that to me would be a weak short, and often when you see these weak shorts or weak trades, and they trigger by one tick and turn, I think there's a fair chance. Same thing with air, with the overshoots, it triggered it, and look at that. But hopefully we may push up, little doji, push up almost a doji, and probably push up again. So I think there's a good chance we may get a bit higher. So Who said that? Was that Stop Hunter? Yeah, I agree with you. I'd say we go in a bit higher, so if we can get something here, maybe a second entry or something, then that might be nice. Yeah. 10,000 tick shot shows 2 measured moves down, and now going back up to test the main chart, the 10,000 tick chart. Let's have a look. I'd have more of these charts, but I don't know whether it slows your computer down having too many of them out. You know, I've had a 10,000 a daily, then another 2,000. Right, yeah, I got you. So, see, it might be, in all fairness, if I just drag this in, 10,000, that leg there, that just may be the second leg for this. So this may be a fresh leg. So we may get a leg, a bit of a pullback, and then another leg. So it's definitely looking bullish, isn't it? So that might be a leg and a leg, rather than that and that. But I'd still like to see a break. You've got to really, you've got to wait for a break to come, and you can't just jump in willy-nilly. Guaranteed. If I do nothing, that'll rocket up. The second I buy there, it'll come down and stop me out. I'm lucky like that. Is young, what's his name? Young Moo started on his PAs today. I noticed he didn't trade yesterday. I'm assuming because he passed his evals. So hopefully, I think he watched. Someone said he watches his channel sometimes. He watches it. So what I might do is give a message. Oh no, I spelled that wrong. Is that it? That's it, isn't it? Let's put that there. See if he sees it. He might do. Someone said a while ago, a few days ago, he had me, I think, in the background, and the volume was there so he could hear me voice or something. So if he does see that, if he is watching this, let's just give him that, because he's got a bunch of accounts now. Well, has he got about 10, I think. He's got more balls than me at the moment, so I don't like to see anybody do bad. So hopefully, if he sees that, there you go. So best of luck, mate. So we need to come back here, don't we? And I think Wilson's as well. I watched his quick video last night. He's got God, everyone's got loads of them. I don't know where they get the money. I can't afford that money at the moment. Oh, big push down. He's on 2. I think he's on 16, and he's got some evals which I think are about past. So I've got to say, I really like Wilson. He's a really nice guy. I've talked to him a few times, just over Facebook and YouTube and that. And he's always very nice and very supportive. So he's a nice bloke. So best of luck to him as well. At the end of the day, we're all in this together, aren't we? We're all trying to make better lives for ourselves, make ourselves stinky, filthy rich, and buy expensive cars. So I like to see everyone do well. Okay, so that big bearish bar has triggered. But unfortunately, I don't really want to take it, just in case it traps me and comes back down for a second leg. And it is a bit congested, isn't it? So I'm just going to sit tight here. I want to see it come down for another leg, really, so I'd like to see it tick above there and then come down a bit more, maybe to here. In fact, on that other channel, Christ, this channel looks so much better. I'm just going to drag this in a minute. I'll keep it on the side. Look at that. Touch, 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 touch. 2000 tick chart, but slightly different. Look how much better that looks than this. It's almost like a different chart. Well, it isn't, but we've got a big bearish bar. Look at this. It's got to come below, really, leg, but look how different it is. So it's going to be unusual taking a trade on here. If it comes down here with the next bar, I've got to take it, haven't I? How do I do that? I can do it on here, I think. Let me just check.
Order submitted.
It's not on here, is it? That's a bit scary. Let me just...
Order cancelled.
I need to see what I'm risking on this. Oh, I can't see the... damn it. I think it's just
Order
one, isn't
submitted.
it? Yeah, it is just one. Okay. Yeah, it's on both. That's fine. Just in case we get something bullish. I'm not sure whether we're going to, but it may just come down and touch this. Yeah, I can see. What's the indicator name you're using for risk? I'm not sure what you mean there, Dean. Indicator for risk. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. Shows the price risk. You mean the one that's after the in dollars?
Order
Okay,
cancelled.
I think I know what you mean. So if I
Order submitted.
it's a thing that attaches to the side of that, you mean? You place a trade, it attaches to the side of that, yeah? And it shows it in how much you're risking. Yeah, okay. It's called,
Order
and
cancelled.
you'll be happy to know it's free. I'll show you now. It's called Order Line Decorator. Where's it from? I can't remember where it's from now. Order Line. Just Google it. Order Line. Did I write it down? I can't remember now. It's just called Order Line Decorator. Just Google it. You should find it. It's free. If you can't, let me know again, and I'll look into it again for you. Okay, so I'm looking for a higher low here. If I look on the other chart, there is a break.
Order submitted.
No, I'm just going to sit tight a minute here.
Order
we could have a
cancelled.
leg and another leg. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's clearly working anyway here. Would have made 2 points. That indicator is a gem. Yeah, it is. It's really useful, actually, because sometimes you've got to look right and just work out how many you're using. Order line decorator. Yeah, that sounds about right, mate. Yeah. It's useful because it straight away it tells you what your risk is and what you're making. Because sometimes when you measure your bar, you've got to look right and just quickly count out and work out. It's a bit of a pain sometimes, isn't it? So that clearly worked. It did look a bit better on the chart above. There was a break higher, but it still looks like one leg to me. So that's what's made me wait for the higher low. Because we got a leg, it could come up a bit and make another leg. Break below here and push up. So I just wanted to sit tight there. That's what happened to your Discord channel. I stopped it, mate, temporarily. I don't know whether to go back or not, but I had a couple of messages from a couple of guys in the stream saying they were getting messaged by somebody. There was someone else impersonating me and someone else impersonating somebody else. that's probably down to the settings. But I had a quick chat with Sam, 5Trader, about it, and he said it's a ball ache. You're constantly getting spammers in there and all this. So I thought I might, over the weekend, I'll research it, see if I can improve on the settings. Because I find Discord a bit complicated to set up, because there's so many settings, so I try to keep it simple. But we started getting people impersonating other people, and someone messaged me saying they kept getting messages. So I went on it and just deleted it for now until I can figure it out. But I will sort it out, bud. I will sort it out. It's more useful for me than you guys, because you guys can see my chart, but I can't see yours. So that was my concern there. Now, it would have made 2 points, I'm sure about it, but let's have a look. Yeah, comfortably would have made 2 points, but my concern is that looks just like one leg down. That looks more like 2 legs down. So the slight problem is it could just be a failed breakout. So if we can have 2 legs down and then find a higher low, then that may interest me. But I'm kind of glad I stayed out of it, although it didn't do what I expected it to. But yeah, you'd have got 2.5 points out of it. Okay, so 1 leg back, 2 legs back. I'd say that's not far off. In fact, that's probably a measured move. So hopefully we may get another push up. Probably won't, but we may. Let's have a look. I like the way that's sat right in there. Yeah, I love it when it sits on there like that. Stem doesn't bother me. It's where it closes. So that's a good start if we can get something. I mean, it may just collapse and come back in. But if we can push up and get a higher low, then after this leg, 2 legs of correction, we could get another leg up there. Things are looking, the daily is indicating to me that I think it's more likely we're gonna have a good bullish move. But you know, ultimately, you never really know, do you? You can just, you know, use your noodle and have a quick assessment. But let me just check. There's nothing wider there. Not sure about that just yet. I mean, it's possible. That's possible, but it is just a possibility at the moment. If we continue to push up, then I may get that in, but there is a failure there. Possible failure. Try to go once, try to go twice. We just got to let this sort itself out. So it is holding though. I like the way that's held above there. These 2 bars have held on the right on the top of that measure, the bottom of the measured, right on top of the measured move. So try to go once, try twice. Let's see if this failure triggers and then pushes up. So if that pushes up above there, I'll go long there. I was kind of hoping there may be some buyers down here. Yeah, that looks like it's coming in, doesn't it? Might just be a foul breakout, I think. Okay, so just looking on this other chart, this other 2000 tick chart, if you look there, this is the new high after this, so that's actually a second entry long there, second entry long which is triggered. So it'd be interesting to see if that goes below that bar. For sure, it's coming down, in my opinion. We haven't got the same there because we've got a bit of a break there. A new that's higher. We haven't got it on that chart. So this is the next high. In fact, no, it's irrelevant, isn't it? Sorry, I'm waffling. Ignore me. Yeah, okay. This is high. That's the next high. That's the third entry. But here we go back up. So that's the second entry long, which is triggered. So if it breaks below there, I'd say we're coming down for sure. But it's trying to, are you seeing that current bear bar as a potential fail second entry short? Which one you on about? This one here. Oh, fail second entry short. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. I have a feeling this is going to come down on this side. See, there may be some longs there. It's just pushed above, hit that EMA and coming down. So if it does go below here, I think we're down anyway. Yeah. Well, second entry short. Yeah. At the moment, I'm thinking this is likely going to come down. I mean, they look slightly different, but they're both telling you the same sort of thing, aren't they, at the moment? If this drops below here, having said that, there is a short there. That's a failure. Failed second entry long. New high after this. Try go on. Try failed second entry long, which is triggered. If that pushes and shuts that bar down or takes that stop out, then I think we're likely to go higher. If it comes down and takes that stop out from the second entry long, then I think we're going to come lower. But so there's mixed feelings for me there. And in all fairness, judging by the way it's going sideways, I think I'm not the only one who's thinking it could do either, which is probably tending to make it go sideways a bit. It's so surprising how different these are, really. No one minds that on there, do they, at the minute? It is surprising. Too many failures to yeah, it can get like that. But no, we've got a new high there. Try go on. So there's a failed second entry long there, which is triggered. So in some cases, it's good to take short. I think it's probably more likely going to come down. But there is a second entry long there, and there's stops there. So if that gets below there, which is looking like it's going to, then I can see it's coming down then. Yeah, okay. I think the up bit's gone now, so let's just whip that up the top out of the way. It's coming down now, so. Both bars are 2,000. Correct, yeah. I heard someone mention it maybe a month or so ago. What people are doing, they're having two 2,000 tick charts, but in the data series, they're selecting and deselecting break of end of day. So this one's got break of end of day selected, and on the one above, I'll show you now. It's got end of day deselected, so it makes the chart slightly different. No idea why, but I think, you know, sometimes if you just want to take a short and it's just a matter of you want it to tick one tick above, if the next chart does it, I believe some traders take that based on, you know, the slight difference. So, it does seem to make sense, but I don't know. What do I know? Are both charts? Yes, they are, bud. Yeah. So it might also depend on how many days back. Yeah, someone else mentioned that. I heard that a couple of weeks ago. So this one, we're going back 5 days, and the one above, we are going back 7 days. So I don't know what the difference is, or whether there is a difference. I've just heard a few people talking about it, so I thought I'd just get it up and see if it makes a difference. But I know sometimes if I've taken a trade earlier on and then someone says my bars are different and I right click and select that, sometimes it makes my trade look not so good. So I don't know whether it really matters. I don't know, really. I don't know whether it matters. In fact, it might be a good topic to drop on the Facebook group. I'm sure someone said they thought Marco did it, so I might actually just put a post later and just ask if anybody else does it, and you know what their thoughts on why. But you know, sometimes if you're waiting for a short and you want it to just tick, so that red bar, you want it to tick one tick above this just to trap that. If it does it on one chart but not the next, maybe you could take that. See, so I don't know. In fact, I don't think that was a bad trade actually. It probably looked a bit better on the other one, but it looked more congested on the other one. But it doesn't so much there. So, oh well. Interesting though. You never know what some of these things that may just work. I'm assuming my bars look similar to yours at the moment. I'm not at the moment, Laufey. I did have it, but I kept getting, there was a couple of people imitating other people and sending private messages to people. And that's something to do with the settings. I'm not 100% sure how to use it effectively. But I'm going to do a little bit of research over the weekends and see if I can't figure out how to get the settings so that I can send an invite. So if one of you guys say I'm interested, then I'll send you an invite. That way you come in direct as opposed to leaving it open that anybody can, because anybody could come in. God, we could end up with a bloody Max in the room, and that wouldn't be good for any of us. So we'll have a look over the weekend, because I'm getting so much about having your name ask me to copy their trades. Yeah, just ignore it, mate. Ignore it. Yeah, ignore it. It's not me. It's not me. The one Marco posts each day looks like yours and mine, so I would say he doesn't. Okay, that makes sense. So, yeah. Trouble is, you don't know whether... I think we're probably best off trading the same one, aren't we? In fact, I'm going to change it for now. Put it back to the 10,000 and just trade the one. I want to find out a little bit more first, because it'd be a shame to get into a trade and then it not to work without at least doing a little bit of research. Yeah, I agree, actually. Marco's usually does look like mine. So that would say he's trading on the same chart. Yeah, I don't know whether it's a ball ache trading the two, isn't it? I think some people do it. I think it works okay, but I might just put a post and see what other people say about it. So what I will say up to now is that is higher than that, that's higher than that, that's higher than that. So far, this is higher than that. So let's see what happens in the tops as well. So we are getting a slight... So I'd be interested to see how far this comes down. It's all right. I was thinking if we get a break here, I don't know whether to take a trade, but if I'm looking at the patterns here, that's lower, that's lower, that's lower. It may not go any lower. So perhaps looking for a trade here might not be a good idea. Looking for a short here, I mean. Or am I looking too much into it? Sometimes I wonder whether I analyse these things a bit too much. Yeah, it's just too... It's nowhere near steep enough, really, is it, for a channel, I don't think. Second entry long. You may be right. Let's have a look. Okay, so first leg. Oh. Every time we seem to come from now one of these channels, we don't break and make a new low. We just, I mean, I'm talking about keeping that as one, but same again, we got this channel break. No attempt at a new low. Wow, straight back to the top. See if I can move that. Started to notice a trend that every time price hits the open of the day, it bounces 90% of the time so far. I think that's part of developing as a trader, isn't it? Seeing things, seeing new things. I notice stuff like that. I start to see patterns, and I think that's just how you're developing, isn't it? Every time price hits the open price of the day, it bounces. Yeah, you never know. You never know. So, sort of there was the open, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, it's certainly playing a part here, isn't it? So really, it's an area of interest. It's almost like an area of support and resistance, isn't it? Like, you know, overnight highs, overnight lows. They can all create something. So I think going short, maybe there into it is maybe something to think about. Yeah. But so what's happening here? See, that looks like a leg and a leg, doesn't it? Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's definitely playing a part, isn't it? And the midline as well. Obviously, the midline's playing a part as well. So I think anything like this plays a certain role, doesn't it? So are we coming down now? Leg. This may be just two legs. Let's have a look. One leg down, two legs down. Will that take us down to this level? So that's a possibility. So you never know. You're short here. Yeah, I think I don't think that's a bad shout. I'm certainly looking for something, maybe a bit of a pullback, but what I will say, I literally brought that other 2000 tick chart just to have a little look at it, just to see what it was doing. In all fairness, that looks, that's what I'm seeing on that. Leg up, big bearish bar. So I think short's a good call. We've had a down. Yeah, even if we come back a bit and make another little attempt here, I don't think that's a bad call, mate. Leg down. Will get us right down to this. Look at that. You can see how these things work sometimes. I mean, if anybody thinks the market's random, it couldn't have been further from the truth. It's so sort of, what's the word? It just follows the same pattern, really, doesn't it? Okay, so that looks like two legs to me, a leg and a leg. Okay, twice. We've struggled to get above there. We've had a little break above there and we've dropped. And now we've come down again. So it'd be nice to come down and make another little push up to here. And then that's what I'll be looking for. I don't like that bar. Yeah, you and me both, mate. I don't know, it does make you wonder, because obviously these algorithms are designed to sort of weed out weak bars or weak prices. So sometimes I've noticed that'll do, as it comes back, I think a lot of traders get scared. And I've done it myself. I've got out of a trade and then it'll just move across and drop down. So sometimes it doesn't really mean anything. It just looks a bit scary when it pulls back. You know what I mean? You don't know whether it's actually going to come and take you out or whether it's just, sort of playing the game. You're watching for another leg up. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I'm a bit on the fence here. What I will say is we got this move down. We got 1, 2. So there's like a measured leg there. So I'm a bit on the fence here, but like I mentioned earlier, look at the bottoms; they're continuously getting lower, and the tops are continuously getting higher. So there could be a slight, slight balance in favour of, moving up. But I don't know at the moment. I don't know. What is the purple channel not getting the new high? To be honest with you, mate. In a lot of these channels, you don't. Sorry, in a range day, sometimes you don't. It depends. If we get a sort of a strong push up, a lot of the times it'll just turn. So, I'm always careful about. And if we had a break of it, we did try and make a new high. And sometimes when we try a few times, it just drops. So it's hard to say, really. It's hard to say. Did you lose or did you get out? It's all right, mate. You can swear on this channel if you want. I don't mind. Fill in the blanks if you want. Okay, let's see what happens now. If that triggers and stops out, I'd say, yeah, we're coming high. You got stopped, did you? That's why I don't pick tops and bottoms, mate. I'm crap at them in all fairness. And in all honesty, as far as a short with two legs, I didn't think that looked too bad. The only reason I didn't take it is because I just tend to not take them. But look, why would you not necessarily take that? The only thing I'll say is, like I mentioned, it's the bottoms are getting higher and the tops are getting high. It is messy, but it is sort of slowly working up. So I'll just be a little bit cautious about taking them. Well, I say cautious. I don't take them because I'm crap at them. Not for any other reason really. But yeah, how do you know not to take that? Sometimes I see other traders taking them. How do you know that's not the one that's going to trigger and push up? That's why I've given up taking them. My win rate has improved such a lot since I've stopped taking them. I don't mind missing them. You can always easily get a trade a day. Now, I mean, if it had finished in the same place 6 or 7 times and gone right down to the bottom, and it was very neat, then I may. But look at that. How frustrating is that? Why? Let's do it on this one. It's a bit easier. So the first trade breaks above there, comes back down, looks nice and bearish, 2 legs, so looks okay, but it comes out and stopped you out. Look on the next chart, we get exactly the same thing. Why did that work and that one didn't, and that one didn't? That's why I don't pick tops, because I can't explain why one won't work and another one will. It doesn't make much sense. I think short in here is as good as short in here. I don't know. What do I know? So we got a leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. Maybe that might be it. Use a lower tick chart to find smaller channels to keep you in the right side. 800 tick. Yeah, I have experimented with all sorts. I mean, you can trade the overnights with the 300 tick, can't you? The thing moves like a rocket. You say 800 tick, you say. Okay, let's have a look then. Tick. Edit. Let's have a look. 800. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of movement, isn't there? Okay, so let's have a look. 800 tick. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of movement here. I kind of like that, actually. Yeah. I actually kind of like that. I thought it might not give you enough information, but it's actually quite clear, isn't it? Leg. Well, actually, let's just take this channel just for starters. We've got a channel there, we've got a break and a new high, so that channel's played out. Yeah. I certainly think there's something in looking at different charts. I did start having a 1,000 tick chart at one point. Yeah, I know what you mean. Don't trade them, but I did start having a 1,000 tick at one point, and I noticed there were some trades on it that you didn't get on the 2,000 tick chart. It broke it up sometimes. Sometimes if you're waiting for a higher low on the 2,000 tick chart, it wouldn't show you, but the 1,000 it would. Okay, so a leg down. So I'm guessing this is. In fact, let's put that up there. We've already made that leg, haven't we? Depending on where you put it from, I suppose you would put it there, wouldn't you? Go figure. So that worked for you nice there, bud. You got some plenty of points out there. What did that go down? 10 points. You able to come out that measured leg. Mind you know me, I'd have come out up here. But yeah, why? See, obviously that it didn't look that bearish on there, but on the other chart it did. So why did one not work but the other one did? I don't get it. Hey, Sam, how you doing, bud? Anyway, so we got leg down, leg up, leg down, so 2 legs down. A very rangy day today. This is about as rangy as it gets, I think, isn't it? So far. Yeah, see, on the other 2000 tick chart, there's a higher low there. Now, after that down, making the measured leg, you probably expect that to hit the EMA, wouldn't you? It is a higher low. But you never know. Is that coming down some more? They're not the easiest days to trade, these, are they, in all honesty? How many points you get off that, Clay? Oh, good for you, mate. Well done. Good on you. That's made up for the last one, isn't it? That's giving you the profit that it's giving you money back you lost and made you a few points as well. Good on you, mate. That's what you want. That's what you want. Okay, so you're still up 3.5 points from it, aren't you? So that's worked out okay. Right, it's kind of balances things out nice, doesn't it? I mean, 2 legs up and 2 legs down. We go down further, you reckon? Yeah, so leg and a leg. Or it could be a leg and a leg, couldn't it? Who knows? So there's a leg and a leg. A leg and a leg. What if that second entry short traps anyone? Not there. See, I wouldn't say that's too far from the EMA. It's asking for trouble, that. Although it did make a... Well, maybe not. So that measured move's played out. So you just don't know. In fact, to me, that looks like 1 leg up, 2 legs up. That looks like 2 legs up, doesn't it? The trouble is, taking a short there, from my point of view, is that, in fact, that red bar, that's almost like a failed breakout, isn't it? That bar is. It's so tempting to take that because it looks like a leg and a leg. But the trouble is, you don't know it's just going to come down the bottom and turn. But I'd say that's probably going to work. But I'm just staying out of it because it's just... trouble is, if you do nothing, it rockets down, doesn't it? As soon as you get in, you don't know. But it is just a bit congested there, and it has come back in and sat right in that midline. But yeah, that's working. Okay, folks, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. My wife's just come home from work, and I'm going to make her a quick cup of tea. Oh, bollocks, look at that. That's frustrating. Don't tell me, Osama, how many points did you get out of that? It worked nice, that, didn't it, to be fair? Probably some stops there. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, make a cup of tea, and I will be back. Okay. Let's see what we got now. There we go. Right. I got. What's going on here? Come on, Osam. What's going on here, mate? I'd say by the look of that, probably is the bottom. So that lower high did work nicely. I just wasn't a fan of it because I'd have just preferred to get it closer to the EMA for me, really. But it did look like 2 legs up. If that would have finished a bit higher, I would have taken it. But the fact that it finished right in the middle of that lot at the EMA, you just don't know. At the midline, sorry, you just don't know. See, 1 minute it was looking bullish, and then all of a sudden we came down there, and it's just hard to read today. Was notes on a Max live trade that he uses 15 contracts for 1 point, and 5 for a 3 point for other 15 points on contracts adds up to the 6 tick scalp. Yeah, I think he actually moves it more normally. I think he was just putting it there because I think the bottoms were there, weren't they? But I think in a lot of cases, depending on what he's seeing, he does actually move it a lot more. But he did say, didn't he? Sometimes he just scalps out the whole thing. But I think it obviously depends what it's doing. If you're going short here or something, you might not necessarily have a runner. But I'm surprised he still only does 20 contracts. Actually, you think he'd be doing it long enough? He'd be doing hundreds, wouldn't you? But at the end of the day, if you're making enough money, does it really matter? I suppose the more you trade, the more effect. But you would think, really, I thought he would be doing a lot more than that. But I don't know. So it's a real range day, isn't it? With the exception of that, it's actually fitting relatively nice. I'd like to think it will break out of somewhere at some point. I mean, that doesn't look too bad, does it? A leg down, a couple of legs of correction. I wonder if we are going to break out this. I wouldn't be surprised. We've had a break out this top. I wouldn't be surprised if we break the lows here. Okay, so I'm just looking at Max. He's got his chart up there like that. Okay, makes sense. There's 3 touches, and he's got this there. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's how he's got his. Just touches twice there, doesn't it? In fact, if I take that up higher, is it any better? Yeah, actually, I think that's a bit better. I'm not saying he's wrong. He's just, he hasn't had this yet, and that's come down and touched once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So I actually kind of like that. It's not much different from Max, in all fairness. That's his there. He hasn't had this pushed down here yet, see, but he's gone right at the top of there. So at least we got the main chart today instead of the daily. So that's a result. So happy days. Happy days. Let's see what's going on here. I have a feeling we could break out here. Let's see. So here's our low of the day. We've made a new high up here. So after this and a bit of a pullback, I think there's a good chance we'll hit that low of the day, or overnight lows, whatever you want to call them. That I'd say trap along there. You went long where? There, off that little bar there. It's actually quite a small risk, isn't it? So tick below it, tick above it. Let's say tick below, tick above. We're at the bottom, aren't we? So it's about 1.75 risk, isn't it? Something like that. Tick above, tick below, 1.5. Yeah, that's not a bad risk. Even just back to the EMA, if anything. Good on you, Jay. Yeah, I just hate picking bottoms. I'm just shite at it, in all fairness. But yeah, 1.5 risk. It's not often you can get a tick above and a tick below with as small as a 1.5 risk. You definitely have to take that into consideration. Fighting, yeah. You've certainly more than got 1-to-1 comfortably there. I wonder. So we got a break. One attempt to go higher. Second attempt to go higher. Just wondering whether the Penguin would take this, but he'd want to get out before the low, so I can't see how that's a trade he would take. Oh, so you think we're going lower as well? Let's have a look. Where's your order? Oh, Christ, your order's up here. Bloody hell, mate. You must be making some money. You clearly know what you're doing. Good for you, mate. $450 away from getting 2 PA accounts. Fingers crossed for you, bud. Good on you. Best of luck to you. $450, that's nothing. You'll get there. That's nothing. You've got all the way there, haven't you? So, good on you, mate. Good on you. So, you're welcome, mate. Anytime. Anytime. Nice, isn't it, getting PA accounts? It's a nice feeling. So, although we have got some resistance down here, for me, I think it's likely this is going to come down. It's showing me all the signs of coming down. Now, obviously, I could be completely wrong, but let's see what happens with this. See if this triggers and then comes down. If we can get below here and here, for sure, I think we're going to break the lows of the day. But we pushed up to there, didn't we, and dropped quickly. So definitely trying to push this shorter. And as we've had that sort of new high at the top here, it could be just sort of a break. And so I think there's a good chance we'll break the lows here. Obviously, I'm not willing to bet on it. But there's no setup there would interest me to go lower. Really, I don't want to go into lower into that. Maybe stop down. Where's your stop? Above there. Take it them out. Yeah. You're in over where you're in over here somewhere, aren't you, or something? Yeah. That makes sense. You may be okay, mate. I mean, for me, it's looking like it's pushing lower for me. I wouldn't be shocked if it comes right down here. I really wouldn't be surprised if we get down here. Before it happened. See, that bearish bar there's triggered. That looks like it may stop it out. So it's hard to say, really. It's held, so that's a good sign, I think. Let's have a look. Trouble is, you don't know whether it's trying to trap a few shorts here. But what I will say is it does look to me like it's... I mean, you have to understand that it has bounced there a bunch of times, so... okay, so if you gotten anywhere around here, that is a possible second entry short. If it does come down, yeah, it's no good. That maybe pushing up now. Make another leg up. Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? So your stop's here, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's game over, isn't it? You've done all right, though. You've done all right. I think we're safe to look for failures. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm not even sure that is valid, really, in all fairness. It's a bit too extravagant. I think we got a leg down here, and we've had a couple of legs up, and we've made a few attempts to go low, and we pushed above the EMA now, so yeah, failed second entry short, I think, is the order of the day. We've spent plenty of time down here like this, exactly the same thing, and then we've shot up, so I mean, it's still not over yet, but I think the chances are now we're moving up. Or is that just throwing a spanner in the works? If that breaks above there, I would say we push up now. Do I want to trade that? I'm not so sure at the moment, because for me, there is a possibility this could be a bit rangy. So do I want to take a long there? I'm not sure. It's still a bit congested. We've had a push down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go. It could still come down. I got no idea at the moment. It's just it's a bit sideways and a bit unpredictable, but who knows? That's triggered. It is a second entry short. EMA is flat though. But I don't know. It could do either or here. 1 minute it looks like it could push up and take that out, but yeah, I'm not a fan of that. So EMA has gone completely flat, and we've bounced 3 times, once, twice. So you could call that a triple test, 1, 2, triple test. Sorry, in a bullish bar. It may create that just to trap a few shorts, which I think, that's happened. Now, if we can get above here, I think there's a good chance we can get to the top there. But I'm just not a fan of it when it does this. It's still choppy, and it may come up to just... There's almost a bit of a resistance there, isn't there? So you can see 1 touch, 2 touch, a few times there. It could literally trigger that up and snap back a bit. It's a bit wicky and a bit sideways, and it just doesn't look right to me. And if you do take it above here, if you took your order above there, you'll be risking about 3.75 points. So I ain't interested at the moment. Yeah, I agree. It's not comfortable looking at that. It's quite wicky and it's a bit sideways. And obviously there is the possibility also that well, you would think by looking at that, failed breakout really, wouldn't you? In fact, kind of. We sort of look like we're still trying to go lower, so you would think by the look of that, that's a second entry short, failed breakout of here, really. You would think that would not be a bad trade, but look what's happening. So I think you've got to respect the fact that we've bounced once, twice, and 3 times. So I would say it would more likely to go up. Not right up, but at least... above all this, especially that. So, leg and a leg, which would take us up to here. Does make me nervous, though, about taking a trade. This is the area I wouldn't normally mind taking a trade, but it's 3.7 point risk, which I think is a bit much because it's just sideways at the moment. So, I think the order of the day is just to sit tight and let it sort itself out. These can be trapper's paradise. I would say, by the looks of things, that's likely to get stopped out. If it does break, however, it could snap back as a failed breakout, or it could push to the top. But if I was in a trade there going long, I wouldn't feel very comfortable. Yeah, it is. It could just come back, couldn't it? But if you look at it, we've had this, we've had a break, we've had 1 attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. Certain signs are saying we could push up, but look at that, see, if you'd have gone long there, you'd have been shitting your pants now. That's a 3.7 point risk. That's what I mean. It can be really trappy. You think if we're taking those stops out there, the good chance of us pushing up, which is right, normally, I would agree. But then all of a sudden, it ticks above it, and then look at that. So if you'd have gone long there, you'd have got shafted. So when it's like this, it's just, that's what I mean. It's just, it is Trap City. But look how quick that came down. So I'm guessing there'd have been traders put in a long order, one tick above there, thinking that we're going to push up, triple test, we're going to push up. And I considered it for a second myself. Now, if you went above there, your stop then would be around about here, wouldn't it? So that came down and just woof, came straight down to the bottom quick, but it held within that line. So it is Trap City, isn't it? But if you took that and it started coming down, you'd be panicking, wouldn't you? And then all of a sudden, within a split second, you'd be out of a trade. And that's the problem. You don't even need to understand what's going on here, just the fact that it's sideways and choppy and a bit unpredictable. So you just got to stay out of his best bet. Because, you know, I've mentioned this, there's a good chance we could make that other leg. Which is why, in a strange way, I'm surprised that did that, because I'm thinking it's looking like it's trying to push below. So what happens? It goes sideways and you get a failed breakout, and that's like one leg, two legs. I don't think that's a bad looking trade, in all fairness. My only slight gripe with it is EMA's flat and it's sat on top. But I would expect that to come down to the bottom. I really would. And in all fairness, you struggle to get a point out of that. And then what happens? It does something similar, but slightly above there, and then wham, down it comes. So I'll be surprised if there's not a few traders took that short, because we've had a couple of legs down. It is two legs up, one leg, two leg, and a break out of this. So I was surprised that did that. But at the moment, just the way it's holding down here, I would say it's more likely to come down. If you look here, depending on where you had your top, you could put it somewhere like that, and it's respected it in lots of places. So for me, that was a bit of a break out the top. So I'll probably expect the same out the bottom, at least the same anyway. And if it does push out, there's no more support than that down here. So I would say there's a good chance we're going to make that leg, which is why I was surprised that came down and pushed up and got stopped out just for one tick, and then down it came. Yeah, it's just one of those ones sometimes that I'm surprised it failed. But it's only really one tick from being not a failed breakout, isn't it? And in all fairness, you could probably put that up there. Let's have a look. And in fact, that touches just as many places. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So perhaps it wasn't a failed breakout. But even so, it is like two legs. It's like a second entry short. So I'm surprised it failed, but I don't know. Oh, wow. Flipping hell. I thought it was going to come down, but not that quick. So it's a shame, really, that went like that, and then up another one, and then down it came, tested yesterday's lows. Yeah, but that had a fair old drop. What was that? 4 points in a split second? Maybe a touch more. So that's a shame about that. I thought if it's going to come down, that might be the way to do it, but just goes to show, doesn't it? These markets can be a bit unpredictable. I didn't expect that. Or not that quick, right, should I say. Not sure about that. Channel's appropriate. So, where was your stop, Osama? It was here, wasn't it? Yeah, so, it would have held you. It's appropriate, yeah. Yeah, it looks like just a quick bit of a spike in a channeling, doesn't it? There's one overshoot. Have you got yours drawn up here then, have you? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. To me, it looks like a leg down sideways, and oh, look at that. Well, okay. I didn't expect that to push back so strong. I generally thought once we're below all this, we're going to hit this and maybe even more. But look, that's really snapped right back in, isn't it? So let's forget that. In all fairness, it's probably a leg and a leg there. And this is a leg and a leg. That would make more sense. So we got a leg and a leg. Yeah, they are right to the nearest tick. Near enough, anyway. Yeah, look at that. So leg, yeah, leg, break, new low, couple of legs up, one leg back, two legs back. That makes sense, and it's pushed up. I thought we may actually get a break of it, and it may hold. It still may. There's still maybe something there. It looks like it could fit into there. There's somewhere. I don't know. Not sure. Well, look at that. Is it just pushing up, retesting the bottoms before it rockets up, or are we genuinely now coming back down? I'm not a fan of these, to be fair. I feel like I've just cheated a bit by just trying to squeeze it to fit rather than it fitting properly. So that's triggered, so it may just push up, come back and retest this line. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, it's quite a choppy day today. It's not an easy day to trade, actually. There's a lot of bouncing around. Like you knew after that, yeah. You're short again now, are you? Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like it may, doesn't it? Yeah. Wow. Flipping hell. It's bouncing around, isn't it? I'm not sure what caused that to drop so quick, in all fairness. If you're going to trade this, you stop up here. I don't know why that dropped there. It's a bit unusual, actually, why it dropped there all of a sudden. We've already been down through any possible stops. So why did it push up and then just drop quickly? Strange. So I think now it's likely. Twice now we've been out, so we could now start to maybe work down. Touching at the bottom. It's a possibility of a two-tiered channel. Yeah, it's hard to say really, isn't it? It's possible. We've got a touch here and a touch here, and the bottom's kind of fitting okay. But it's a bit early really, isn't it? Stop, yeah. So it's a possibility. So I'm going to kill the colour, so it's just an area of interest as opposed to something I generally believe in. Yeah, it's a hard day to trade today. You've got to be really picky and choosy. But this is push sideways, push sideways, push sideways. It's even going sideways up in the channel, isn't it? Sideways again, sideways here, loads of it here. Time and shape. Yeah, it does look like we are starting possibly to move down. If we can get back up and continue down, then see, we broke out clearly and then shot back quickly, and we broke out again. So it tells me I think we're starting to get a bit of a bearish feel here. Just wondering. Penguin, sort of a leg down. No, it's okay. I'm just talking crap again. Ignore me. I'm going to bring that back over just in case it tests this underline. It's clearly bouncing on it there. We could still rock it up. Yeah, we could do, mate. I think the fact that we've come out a second time is a good sign that maybe we will be going lower. But as you say, yeah, it's just an educated guess, isn't it, at the moment? Excuse me. Let's have a quick look at the daily again. See if that's shown us anything different. We thought at one point, looking this, we thought we were going to push up strong, but all of a sudden, the shoe's on the other foot. So, yeah, so, okay, so let me just delete some of the bits stuck on it. Okay. Excuse me, daily. Let's have a look. Okay, as we know, we had this channel. And we had an overshoot. So we had that channel. Overshoot push up. Then we had that bearish bar there, which touched on the top of that trend line and dropped. And then the next day, first thing happened is the bar triggered it and we pushed up now. So then we gone sideways and we had a strong day. Bit of a bearish bar. See, I thought that bit of a bearish bar was going to trigger and push higher, but there is a possibility we could come back a little bit. Yeah, see, there is a little bit of support there, so it might not come back much more. It's hard to read at the moment, isn't it? But so really, we could either continue to come down for quite a bit, or we could bounce and push up. I'm not so sure. Let's have a look what's happened over a few days. We have got sort of a bit of a yeah, if you look at that, I know Mac never goes back over the other days, but think about it. Touch. I mean, that's can come down a bit, actually. Let's think about it. So we got touch, 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 touch. And look at the bottom. How good those are. There and that and that and that. So there is a possibility it could come down some more. It actually kind of makes sense. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at a chart. Osam sent me. It could do a bunch of stuff here, really. Could go up, could go down. We are holding. See, whether that's a channel or not, I don't know. It looks like there's something there. It may sort of stem from that type of somewhere. Let's have a look. Maybe as a spike in channel. Fact, just for now, let's get that out of the way. Let's think about the small pattern. Touch, touch, touch. Kind of fits down the bottom, so. Yeah, it's not the best looking one in the world, but I think it's about all we've got. We're clearly working down, I think, at the moment, but I just don't like this. It's making like a bottoming pattern, so it might just mean we might pop up and test the bottom of this. We could push to this, or we could completely push up. Who knows? It's hard to read today. It's another hard day, mind you. I'm happy that I've managed to stay out of it, so that's good news. So things do seem to be working okay for me. I seem to have found my sort of the area of sort of comfortability, if you like. One contract, a lot less risk. I'm clearly not so stressed when I'm trading, so my patience. I just by feeling I'm more settled, my patience level's good because I'm realising when I am patient, I'm much better at staying out of bad trades. So I think it's finding a place where you feel comfortable. Too much risk, that uncomfortable feeling rises, and obviously less risk, it decreases. So it's trying to find where your sort of comfort area lies. But I was thinking about when I first started trading 3 years ago, I joined Andrew Lockwood's sort of band of merry men. He's a currency trader from, I've spoken about him before. He traded in the London Stock Exchange. He worked for Swiss Bank. He worked for a bunch of different banks back when, sort of computers were just a bit of a pipe dream. And he's worked in various places around the world, spent a lot of time in the Far East. And one of the things I heard him mention constantly was risk management. And he talked about 1% to 3%. And in some cases, a lot of institutional traders and companies only risk 0.5% or 0.25%. And he talked about 1% to 3%. He seemed to think for retail traders, 3% was acceptable. And bringing it down to one contract, I'm at about 5% at the moment. But my account is a couple of $100 off 2,000. So when it hits $2,600, my trailing drawdown from Apex stops. So I then start to increase the gap. So it won't be long before I'm reducing that risk from 5 to 3%. Now, I've been thinking this morning where ideally would I like to be before I start thinking about taking money in. And I think in an ideal world, I think it's good to get accounts up to $5,000. When I hit $5,000, what I'll probably do is say, okay, from now on, what I make in the next month, that will be my wage, whether I make $1,500, $1,700, or $2,000. That way, I always retain that $5,000, and $5,000 is about a 3% risk trade in one contract. So I've always got that comfort zone. Now, if you manage to make more than 2,000, you only want to take 1,000, you build that 5,000 up to 10,000, then I think it's viable to trade two contracts. But I'd like to hit that $5,000 and then say, from now on, whatever I make a month, I pay myself, and hopefully I can keep retaining that. And then eventually, when I do take a payment, then I introduce maybe another 3 or 4 PAs and continue to do the same. Halo Eraser, you should plan to go live accounts. The 10, that's all you should plan to go live accounts only. The 10% something take after 25 is really bad. I'm not sure what you're saying about something have already withdrawn like 10,000 since you. I'm not sure what you're saying there. You should plan to go live only. The 10% something take after the is really. I'm not sure what you're saying there, bud. You might have to just look at that. The first comment you made. Live account as in your own money. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, Apex. Yeah, see, what I'd like to do in an ideal world is start making money from Apex. And then, because I know people like the Canadian futures trader, he trades with Apex and he trades his own money at the same time. So I think you can sort of intertrade the two. So, but what I want to do is try and get after 25k, it's not worth any more. You take all the risk and they take. To be honest with you, mate, by the time they take 10%, if I've got 10 accounts, I've got to make £250,000 on that before they take 10%. £250,000, because you can take you don't pay 10% until you hit $25,000 on each account. So if you had 10 contracts, you got to make $25,000. But I don't mind giving them 10%. It's per account. So if you've got 20 accounts, you can make $500,000 before they take 10%. And if you've made $500,000, your whole account, per account, it's $25,000 per account. That's what you can earn before they take a penny. So by the time you've earned that much, you'll be in a good position to trade your own account. The bit that I like about Apex is I can trade multiple accounts. If I've got 10 accounts, I'm trading one account. Whereas if I put all the money into my bank, I'm trading 10 accounts. I think that has a psychological difference. At the moment it does, but if I can spend the next 12 months and make $25,000 per account over 10 accounts, I'm going to have a chunk of extra money, and my confidence level in my own ability is probably going to be higher. But I do like the fact that if I have 10 accounts and I trade one contract on each, to me it only feels like one contract, but over the whole 10 you're trading 10 contracts. Do you know what I mean? I thought it was if you withdrew 25, then they would pay 10%, no matter what. No, you can earn up to $25,000 per account before they take anything. If you've got one account and over the last year you've withdrawn $25,000, from then on, everything you earn, they take 10% off. Yeah, makes more. Yeah, absolutely. I get the confusion. Yeah, I that was a question I asked at one point myself. But yeah. But I think when you get to some point, because a PA is still a demo, but when you get to some point, I think they have a conversation with you about actually going onto a live account, but I'm not too sure about that. I'm not too sure how it works. Kev, you open for a second leg up to the top of the channel. Yeah. It's hard to say at the moment, see. I mean, no. There is a possibility, a second entry short here. We seem to be working in this lower tier at the moment. And how would you ditch any account that has withdrawn? How I would ditch an account that was withdrawn. 25,000, yeah. I mean, there's multiple ways of doing it. I mean, you could theoretically trade both if you wanted to, but I just like the idea of if I've got 10 accounts and the 9 are being copied, I only really see one contract up here, and the amount is a smaller amount, but it's spread over, so I like the psychology of it. But, you know, in time, if I've managed to earn $25,000 from each account, my confidence level obviously be a lot greater, you know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just, you know, saying that for the benefit of, you know, sticking with Apex for a while. But yeah, yeah. Don't think this is really fair. Don't think this is really fair, to be honest. In reality, you take no risk at all. Yeah, I mean, you. It's, you know, your evaluation price and your what's it price, isn't it? So put it this way, a lot of us would be really stuck without prop firms, wouldn't we? Because we just wouldn't have the money to be able to make money that you can make at the moment. So I don't know. I mean, in 12 months or a year, 2 years or something, in 12 months or a year, in 12 months or 2 years, you know, you don't know what you're going to be thinking, do you? You know what I mean? Ditching the accounts, yeah. I mean, I suppose he's on about after the 3 months, theoretically, you could withdraw everything and start your own account. But the trouble is with that, you're putting all your eggs in one basket and you're trading large contracts, aren't you? As opposed to one contract that I'm trading now over over a bunch of. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, business is business. You know, they've made a ton of money out of me. And I'm pretty sure if I start making money, they'll be copying my trades or whatever they do. Oh yeah, of course. It's you know, it's about business, but you know, sure it is, yeah. But I like the idea at the moment. You know, if I had 10 accounts and I trade just one of them, the rest get copied. I like the fact that all I'm seeing is one contract and I'm seeing a small amount of money. It doesn't have the same psychological effect as putting all those accounts together and seeing 10 contracts, because, you know, every time you see a tick with 10 contracts, it's $125. That would affect your psychology, in my opinion. So, you know, I kind of like the fact that, you know, things are working okay, but, you know, well, you just don't know how you're going to think later on down the line, do you? Okay, so there's a failure there. Second entry long failure, but we've got a double bottom and we're right at the bottom of this channel. So I think going short there for me is risky. It might come rocketing down. I might have this channel completely wrong, but I don't know. Let's have a look. I mean, it could be something like that, leg and a leg. But regardless of this, we got a double bottom or 3 touches on the bottom. So long term, US definitely more profitable. It costs more than 10% because of the difference in taxes and trade. Yeah. I mean, if you're earning a stink load of money, you could just move to a country, a tax-free country. You know, like places like Dubai, short in 2 low. Yeah, absolutely agreed. Yeah, I don't care if it works. Yeah, see at the bottom at the moment, see we got 3 touches in one place, and it's a little bit sideways. So I personally don't want to go short just yet. It's a little bit sideways, so I think that's a little bit risky for me. But it might not be. You know, it might be someone else's cup of teas. Yeah, so if you're taking that short now, you made it a fresh change of underwear. That's gone down about 2 ticks. It's just got a little bit risky for me. This is it's a bit sideways, and like I say, 1, 2, 3 touches on the bottom. It could be bottom and it could push out. So if you did take that failure, I'd say you're probably going to get stopped out. And if you took it a tick below there, you'd have got a tick at best. I think you wouldn't have pushed through. So let's just see. The stop would be 1 tick above there. So I'll be shocked if that doesn't trigger that. Yeah. See, it was a failure and it was a second entry long, but it just looks like it's bottoming and going sideways. So if you took that, you just got stopped out. Yeah, so it's just, I mean, for me, depending on how you got the channel, I don't know if that channel's right. It doesn't look that bad, actually, with touching. It looks pretty good. But going short, that low in the channel, and when you've had 3 areas that have touched, it's a bit risky, isn't it? Took that by accident. Did you really? Yeah, I mean, I did, if you remember, I did sort of do this, didn't I, just to see if I've got this channel maybe a bit wrong. It could be a leg and leg, but in all fairness, it kind of visually looks okay. We've touched. If we touch, I mean, forget that. It looks like a spiking channel, but if we forget that, we've touched 1, twice, 3, right on the button there. And if you look there, and there, it's pretty much working within there. So it is low to go short. That is, there's not much to the bottom, and really you want some distance to the lows. And it's a little bit congested. You can see it right the way along, so it just makes them things extra risky. Which is a shame. I don't like seeing anybody lose a trade, but we've got 3 right on the button there, haven't we? Right together, so who knows? I'd like to come up here, really. I mean, really, to test this range here, I mean, where that sort of those 2 intersect somewhere around here would be a good place to short. Having said that, it could just be working in this. It may work for me, but I'd much prefer it to come up here, I think. I'm extra paranoid. I was moving my entry bar away and it hit me before I could get it. Right, yeah, I've done that myself many times. 1,500 lost. Forget it. Walk away. Forget it. Don't let it bother you. 10. Are you trading an evaluation, are you, bud? If it's an evaluation, I wouldn't be that worried. Well, I wouldn't be as worried. Oh, it's a, what is it, a PA or a bunch of PAs. You're at, oh, dear me. So $1,500. I'm guessing your account's quite large anyway, and you can, well, if you're risking that much, I'd say you've got plenty of money. So, certainly not. Well, at least you've got a sense of humour anyway. That's the main thing. I think a sense of humour you need as a trader, don't you? And thick skin, I think. Yeah, it does happen. I mean, off some of the trades I get in, I make mistakes. Something in 1 minute looks right. The trouble is, when the market's moving, this is quite fast-moving market, and it's very easy to misjudge it. I do it myself, and I'd say from you know, a lot of the times I lose trades are from just misjudging or making mistakes. And yeah, sometimes you drop. You know, sometimes I've holding it here, and I've dropped it for some odd reason, and you can't figure out why. But it does happen. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, a trader buddy of mine told me to look at losses as a was it a business expense? Just a business expense. That's it. If you had a business and I don't know, you needed a new vehicle, you might have to cough up $20,000, or you might have to pay for a new building or pay for this or that. It's just a business overhead, isn't it? And there are overheads, really. I kind of like the way he explained that. It's just a business expense, business overhead. Because in our business, there's not much else in the worst of overheads. A first loss of the month. Well, then you're all right, aren't you? You're okay. That's a good record, that is. You're okay then. It is. Sometimes I think the more green days you get in a row, the more the red day hurts. But I've had over the last 22 days, I think I've had 3 red days. Small red days, fortunately. So, this is a possible second entry short. My only slight gripe with this again, it's a bit congested. If it sets up anyway, it is a second entry short. I mean, we are sort of making, so it's hard to say because there is this vacant area which it could go. There's a leg there. It could trap and it could push up here. So for me, I'd rather, well, hopefully it's pushing up anyway. I'd rather get up here somewhere. As I mentioned, this sort of where these two intersect, somewhere around here would be nice. But looking on the daily, that could come down, or it could push up. It's triggered that sort of semi-bearish bar there, so it could push up or it could come down a bit. So, in fact, that's probably more like that now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can clearly see it's a bit sideways. Yeah, so if you think about that now, it's just, it could shoot up or it could do anything really, can it? It does work in there, but it's still sideways. So excuse me just for 1 second. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, let's have a look. This is where I sort of wanted it. So if I can see something here, what I'm probably going to do is wait for the lower high. I never like taking that first one just in case we have sort of bottomed and we're pushing back up. So I want to see that touch bearish bar and then a lower high indicating we're going to likely to go lower. I do like that. I did mention this area. If we can test this. No, that's so far so good. See, looking on the daily, it really could do either or up or down. You took the lower high for one contract, 45.4. The lower high. That there. You went short, did you? 04 there. Okay, so that's a good sign. 4505. You took that bar there, did you? Oh, that one there. I see what you mean. Yeah, the high low. You mean? We'd say lower high, didn't you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I was thinking there. Yeah, I do that all the time. High low, lower high. I try and remember it now. For going up, you always start with higher, and for coming down, start with lower. Higher if we're going up, lower if we're coming down. That's how I remember it. So higher low, lower high. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see if that comes bearish now. I like the fact that it's touched there, but it needs to come down. That's what I mean. It could do anything. Okay, so now, depends how you have this. You could have that a little bit higher. Oh, no. Let's leave it there. Okay, so there's a little micro channel there with a break and a new high. But it's bounced on top of this, so... that might just be a fell break out of there, but it is a break out of the channel. So if we can get a lower high... Okay, I like the way it's triggered that bullish bar. Interesting. New to the channel. Love to see price action traders as the real deal. Much appreciated. The student struggle. Good name. Where you from? Where you from, bud? Welcome. Nice to some new faces. Let's have a look. What are we doing here? I'm from Colombia. Excellent. But living in North Carolina. Colombia. Fantastic. Excellent. Welcome. You guys sure do know how to make coffee. I'll say that. And you're currently living in North Carolina. Excellent. Excellent. Welcome. Welcome. I'm assuming you trade. Are you trading max price action trading? Same as I think most of us are. Or I think most of us are. Glad you like it. I do very much. Oh, Kev. There's always a smart ass, isn't there, Kev? Oh, go on, what are you saying? What does that mean? I'm assuming it's, what is it? Is it Spanish? I don't know. I don't know. Pasa. Yeah, it sounds Spanish. I'm not very good with languages. I know how to ask for a beer in German. That's about where my skills lie, unfortunately. Typically, I do two-legged pullbacks, 2 legs up and down. You know the rest. Yeah, excellent, excellent. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, I'm here every day for around about 3.5 hours, something like that. So basically, whatever you see me doing, do the complete opposite, and you'll do well. Okay, so now there's a first entry. So I'm hoping we push below and get a failure here because I think we could go down. That to me, I mean, it could be something like that. It sort of fits, but decisions. Let's just go with this, I think, for the moment. What I will say is if it is that, we fit there, we come away a bit, come away some more. Sometimes this can be a sign of it's losing downward momentum and inevitably then we push up. So there is a lower high there. Not a fantastic fan of it because it's above the EMA. EMA's pointing up, so that that bar there could get stopped there. We'll see. But it depends how you got this channel drawn. I've got mixed feelings about this. Because sometimes if you've got it wrong, that impression that it's losing momentum and coming away from this line isn't necessarily valid. We'll have a better decision, a better idea whether this bar goes up and breaks above there and stops that out or comes down. Trouble is I don't like missing something, and this doesn't mean it's not working, but let's just leave it there for now. See what happens. I think that's going to get stopped out there. It's just looking like it's working up to me at the moment. Hope I'm wrong, but the EMA is starting to push up. We've had a break and we're sort of sitting on top of this on the EMA, so may get a bit of sideways there. Let's put that like that for now. I'm predicting we may go a bit sideways. We'll see. Could do either or here. Up or down. Nobody knows. Well, you're in here, are you, Kev? You're in there. Right, lower high. See, my slight issue with that is EMA's facing up and it's above the EMA, so I hope it works for you, mate, but I fear it might not. It's hard to say. Go on, get down, get down. It looks like it's a bit sideways, so when it goes a bit sideways, it could do, you just don't know, it could start turning, that's a shame. I had my suspicions it might do that. It's just the fact the EMA is facing up and it's above the EMA. Yeah. To be honest with you, I think the better option would have been to wait for the failure. If it pushes down below and then comes back up and retests this, that's a better option. But at the moment, EMA is facing up and you don't know. It may still come down. Sometimes it'll do that. It'll just take out, a couple of weak positions and then, well, look at that, and then do that. Sometimes it'll do that. First time round, I've had it myself many times where I've been stitched only to go up a touch more, come down, and then drop like a bloody stone. So I won't be taking this as bearish as that looks, and I would say there's more chance of it coming down. I want it to get under that EMA for me. But it's a shame that I see it all the time, and so many times I've got into trades like that. But if you're going to go short there, it's too far above the EMA, especially when the EMA's facing upwards. But it's the only way you learn, mate. It's the only way you learn. Next time you see a pattern like that, and you see a bar like that, once you've done that a few times, you'll start to get a picture in your head, and you'll go, "Oh, I don't like the look of this." Why? Because you've been in this position before and you got burned. And it's how you learn, and it's a great lesson. So don't beat yourself up, mate. Just take it as a great lesson. You've got an image burnt into your brain there. You know why I know? Because you've been staring at that for the last few minutes. So when you get a picture like that before with the same sort of thing, EMA facing up a bit above it, you'll be going, "Oh, I'll be cautious this time round." And you'll stay out of it, and it'll trigger it and stop you out, and you'll start to feel good. And the more that happens, the better you get, and that's how it works. You get way more value from your losses than you do your wins, so don't beat yourself up, mate. You're well on your way to becoming a trader. You're going to call it a day. Good on you, mate. Good on you. You have a good evening. Come back tomorrow nice and fresh, but no, just take it as a really useful lesson. So I reckon there's going to be some shorts trapped there. I've got a wider channel drawn up from the low here. Yeah, I am aware there might be something. At the moment, I'm sort of considering this as a break, so it may come down, it may go up. So yeah, it's a possibility, isn't it? We'll see what happens. If that gets broken, I'd say there's a chance we're going to come up. Do I think that's going to get broken? It's looking like it is, isn't it? Absolutely, absolutely. Losing trades and getting trapped teaches you an awful lot. It really does. And the more you see this picture and the more you get trapped, that'll that image will burn into your brain. And then the next time this comes up, you'll go, something doesn't feel right. And then you'll stay out of it and it'll have trapped you, but you didn't get in. So you've saved yourself a loss there. And the more that happens, you'll just start to improve and improve and improve. And you next time around, I don't get trapped nowhere near as much as I used to. And that's how you learn. It is looking like it's pushing up here, in all fairness. Trouble is, it's still a bit sideways, so it just... you just never know what it's going to do. It is looking like it's pushing up, and if it gets above here, there's probably going to be some stops along the here and here, so... it could just have a couple of legs and then come down. I don't know at the moment. It's quite a choppy old day today. And there's been lots of this sort of stuff. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that pushes above there. I think it's going to... Trouble is sometimes if you put an order above there, it triggers and snaps back. It did on something earlier. Where was it? I can't remember. Okay, there's probably going to be some stops there, maybe some here. The fact that it's holding there is a good sign. The Student Struggle. I like the name. I think we should all. I think what we should do as new traders, we should all start with that name and work. We should have maybe 20 different names, all slightly getting improved, and maybe the final one, the consistent trader. And we should work. It's like having a like stripes in the military, isn't it? We should have something like that. As we get better, we should improve our name. Okay, what time is it? Let's have a look. I hate it when it goes like slow like this. It does look like it's starting to work higher, doesn't it? But you just don't know. In fact, what I might do as it's slow, I might knock up the end for today. In fact, I've started coming back for an hour later, actually, because I tend to forget it's about 10 past 5 in the UK. It's only 10 past midday in Eastern time, so it's still only the early part of the day. So I've started now and again coming back for an hour. So you got two options here. I can either leave this stream running and you lot can chat amongst yourselves, or I can just shut it down and restart a stream again later. If you want it just left as it is, and I'll come back in an hour, I will do. Otherwise, I'll just reopen it later. It's up to you. You can chat amongst yourselves anyway, if anything, can't you? It's up to you. Let me know what you want to do. Let it run, leave it run. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, for views. Yeah. To be honest with you, mate, you're never going to make money out of YouTube unless you've got hundreds of thousands. So that doesn't make a difference. So, yeah, if I put it there, at least you can chat amongst yourselves. Yeah. What what I am going to do for now is just change it from PA over to a sim. I just get paranoid in case my dog jumps on the desk and it's a button. So I'm going to just put a few words in here. Sort of, what time shall we say? I'll say 1 hour, so back. Let's say back at 1815. Let's make that a bit bigger. Oh, that's better. So let's put that somewhere where it's not going to get hit again. So, yeah, I'll just leave that. You don't know where it's going. I'll put it somewhere where, because I don't want it going out the picture. But at least that way you guys can chat amongst yourselves, can't you? So I'm going to just go and have my dinner, and I'll be back in an hour maximum anyway. So best of luck. I hope you get something. So I'll see you soon. Okay, I'm back. I've got my dinner. I'm just going to munch it on the sideline. Okay, so let's have a look at this. That seems to be working there okay. Let's make this a bit bigger. Hey Sam, how you doing, bud? Looking at my desk. Also do a full time now. Okay, let's have a look. Sorry. I'll just trade the ES. The NQ's a bit fast for me. I'm a bit of a coward. Where'd you jump, did I? No, I thought we'd come and eat me dinner up here. Okay, I'm the same. I won't touch the NQ, but I have. Seconds. Yeah, I mean, I have looked at it. I've never played around with it on a sim. But I don't know. Sometimes these take a lot of focus, I think, these do. And sometimes having the two on it, I don't know, it does you more on than good. I don't know. But, I don't know. One's enough, I think, isn't it? Does move quite quick, doesn't it, the NQ? I don't know. I suppose, I think some of you trade both, don't they? Don't you? I had a feeling that might do that. And I'm going to counter while doing that. Let's see if it holds here. I thought after that we may continue down, but it ain't necessarily so. Can't really see. Can't really see an entry here.
Order submitted. Order cancelled.
What's for dinner? Sweet potatoes, baked beans, and it's like a chicken steak. Chicken, yeah, it tastes good. It's like chicken in breadcrumbs. I'm mad into sweet potatoes at the moment. And I've got some tiramisu for after. Tiramisu and a nice single malt. And I'm going to watch some more. What am I watching at the moment? Outlander. Anybody watch Outlander? Down in Scotland? Love that. I'm on the last. Get down, you. Get down. I'm on the last season at the moment. Recently come out. Actually, that could sort of fit in there. Scotland, yeah. Tell you what, I did watch the other night, a few nights ago, Braveheart. That's a good film. I like that. Got to say, Scotland, countryside, absolutely spectacular. Spectacular freedom. That's it. It's a good film, actually, isn't it? It's a good film. But yeah, Outlander. What is it? Season 7. I watched a couple, I think, so I'm going to watch some more tonight. I like to let them build up a bit so I can watch a few episodes in a row. The people, yeah. Trailers are a bit dodgy, like, but the people are friendly. In fact, I'll tell you what I was watching earlier, Sam. It's on Sky. Lorraine, you know Lorraine Kelly? She's in Lockerbie talking about the plane. What was it, 30? Was it 35 years ago? 1980s or something. And I was a young lad at the time. Yeah, talking about the Lockerbie. Bombings, really, wasn't it? The Lockerbie bombings of the plane. Yeah, shocking. Because she, strangely enough, obviously we see her on the TV now, don't we? Doing, after the morning programme, but she was a young reporter back then. Yeah. Does he really? Yeah, shocking that was. Shocking. But yeah, I watched part of that. I might watch some more of that later. Yeah, she was just a young reporter at the time. So it's been a slow day today. Just at quick glance, it's very choppy. Is there anything I would have traded? Probably not. I did look at that. It looked like 2 pushes up. My slight concern is it's a bit sideways, obviously, and you don't know whether it's going to trigger you and just push back up. So I ummed and ahed about that. If these pushes were a bit higher and closer to that EMA, I might have taken that. It looked like it was bottoming. There was a higher low there, but same again, sideways, hard to take. Nothing here, really, nothing here. Yeah, CMAX post live trade. Did you? Did you see that? What that Max commented? See, you do. Have you seen, that Max, Money Max they call him? He just put a really arsey comment. What did he put? Something like wrong channel Gramps or something. I do not know what pushes his buttons. I really don't. Yeah, go and have a look. Mind you, I think there was about 9 or 10 comments back at him. There's probably a few more by now. I was tempted to put them myself, but he's already spammed me enough. So I had to bite my lip. There's no need for it. I actually thought that was invaluable, to be honest with you. And what I don't get is Max learnt from Mac. So why the shitty comment? I don't know. But yeah, I hope he does more, actually. There's a lot more value, I think, than his normal day-to-day stuff. Now, so I would suggest, there is a possibility of an overshoot, but actually I kind of like the way that works up the midline. So if you get a leg back here, see if this was going to be an overshoot and a reversal, it's a bit in the middle to reverse, isn't it, I think? And normally they come down a bit sharper. This looks like it may come down in legs. So we may get something after all. Just have to keep an eye on it. Okay, let's see what happens here. No need for that, mate, is there? He could just be pissing around, but it's disrespectful, if anything, isn't it? And you don't put comment like that in front of people. If you're going to have a joke or something with someone, you do it with them, not, everyone else to see. I think he made another comment on the other video. He put something about trying to teach it to people who can't hold down a job in McDonald's. I don't know what makes the guy tick. I don't. Okay. Whether you think it's this or not, it could be a spiking channel. In which case, maybe and in that case, I don't know. I'm a bit on the fence here. Could be an overshoot. I'm not sure though. Maybe it's touch. So you could use these, couldn't you? I kind of think it looks okay. See what happens if we can get a higher low. Sometimes if I'm unsure, I don't take the second entry. I'll wait for the higher low. Okay, so far so good. Two nice legs back. It's gonna break below there for me though. You can't, bud. For some reason, you can't paste comments, links, nothing. We've tried before. You can't even write a blooming email without doing it in sections. I got no idea why. It would make sense, wouldn't it? I don't see why you can't post pictures or anything. But no, you can't post links or nothing. I don't know why. Whether there's something in the settings you could change, I don't know. Maybe Sam might have a better idea. I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the world, but okay, so maybe that is an overshoot then, if it's coming out of this side. So maybe it is a break. Maybe it's just a break. So I like touch, break, new high. I don't think why? It doesn't make sense, does it? Strange, aren't they? See, I might have a go at what's it over the weekend, a Discord, and just try and just, you know, when I get chatting to someone on here, just give the link out maybe to someone or something like that. I think it's useful to have the Discord because if someone wants to post a link there, or someone wants to post a picture of a channel or something, I think it's useful. I don't know what else you could use apart from that. Students struggle. Yeah, it's just on YouTube if you want to see it. Cat pictures, yeah. Yeah, I'll find it if you're on YouTube so you know where to look. Where is it? Which one? That mixed day. It's the next one to it, isn't it? Let's have a look. That's Mac's website anyway. Sorry, YouTube channel. Where is it? That's it, isn't it? Is that it? Yeah. How do I oh, there we go. Yeah, just type in Pat's Trading. And the video is Mac's thought when live trading. It's really useful actually. I mean, look at the views. 1 day, 2 days ago, I looked 17 hours, so it's getting a lot of views. But he posts from Monday to Thursday. He posts a it's just he posts videos every day. But that was one a lot of people have been asking for. What his thought process is when he's looking at a trade, because obviously normally the sort of daily bar by bar, he he says he has this marked, that marked, and this marked, and so on, and he just says there's a second entry there, and so on. But it's nice to hear someone's, because obviously he's the main guy we're all learning off, or most of us are learning off. It's useful to get inside his head. You never quite know so much about someone until you see him trade. When you see him trade, it's knowing how they're thinking. So it was really useful, that was. As soon as I started watching it, I thought, this is liquid gold. So hopefully he does some more. He should get plenty of feedback from that, so that might, I think he'd be better off doing that than the bar by bar. I think we'd get a lot more out of it. Okay, dinner done. Dog's finishing the rest. Make clickbait. Do you know something? I mean, if Mac did live trade, I think he'd be okay at it. I mean, he seemed to be able to talk with that one okay. That's interesting. So it's going to be a failure, unfortunately. It is a leg and a leg. The trouble is, we have had a break, I think it's fair to say, so it could just be a bit of a pullback before it comes down. So I tend to wait for a little bit more of an indicator, because the EMA's gone a bit flat. So it depends how you look at this. I've gone from the bottom here, and that looks okay to me. So I'd say it's a break there, a little bit of sideways, a break and a push up. So it may come down. Oh, hello. So it's very tempting, that. The trouble is, we've had a leg down. It could trigger it and come down. So I'd say there's more chance of that working. But I'm just exercising a bit of caution, personally. It will probably work, but as we've had a break at a new high, we may get a couple of legs back after that triggered. I don't think it will. Yeah, see, if you've drawn this like this, there could be an overshoot, which same again could result in coming down. So that might work. But I'm just staying out of it just at the moment, because I've been in situations like this before and it's stitched me up. So I've just learned, I get a feeling about something. To me, it looks sort of like two, but really I think it's more of one leg back. And with the break at a new high, technically the channel's played out. So we could have two legs back, or if it's an overshoot, sometimes it'll, result in a reversal. So if there's a doubt or a reason that I think there's something I don't like about it, I generally stay out of it. Now, as far as I'm concerned, when that triggered, if there was a lot of traders in there, that would have started to push up. That's what makes me hold a bit. It is a higher low. It is above the EMA, but we've had a break at a new high and a potential overshoot. So based on those two thoughts, for me, I'm just going to sit tight. It may work, but I'd rather give it a chance to trap me. Now, if we get a bearish bar, which triggers, and a failure, then that's a different story. Then I may take that. But if I'm not sure, I like to give it a chance to trap me. So far it's triggered and it's coming back a bit. So I'm thinking I made the right decision. It may have gone on, but I haven't got a problem with leaving a trade or deciding against the trade. Even if it works and rockets up, don't bother me in the slightest. But I know something Max said to me, don't look for a reason to take a trade, look for a reason not to. So if you think something's not right, or it could do this, or it could do that, and you get a bad feeling, just leave it alone, sit and wait for the next one. Okay, so it could be just multiple traps here, could do either or here. There's a second entry short there. It's trapped that. So let's see if this triggers. If this triggers and pushes up, it could go higher. But it also could go a bit sideways, so I'm a bit on the fence here at the moment. I don't like it when it goes slow. But I bet there'll be some traders who've taken that, so that'll be interesting. Let's see what happens. Where's the first entry for second entry short? That's the second entry short there, that one. There's a first and there's a second. This is more of a higher low. But from a short point of view, we tried to go once, tried to go twice. That's triggered. I just don't like the way that higher low is triggered and it's coming back. It may push up, but for me, we've had an overshoot. Sorry. If it pushes above there, then I think it's probably going to go up. But it just could be a double trap. It's just something I don't like about it. We've had a break and a new high. So that channel's played out. So it could come back down. But if you draw this like this, which fits sort of equally nice, we've had an overshoot, which could result in a reversal. It could come back down, push up, and then drop. So while I'm not 100% sure where I feel confident with, I'm just staying out. Because there's longs in this trade and shorts. And it's just who wins, really. If we push above there, I'd say there's a chance we're going to push up. If we break below here, I'd say we're going to come down. So there's the failure there. So going along above there might not be terrible. But sometimes it'll snap back. And in all fairness, that broke above there. If it was going to go up, I think it should have gone up a bit stronger than that. So this is starting to look a bit congested, so I think the safest option is just to stay out of it. It means you sit here a bit longer, absolutely, but much better to not take a trade than to take a loss. If you take a loss now, you've got to win another trade just to get back to where you were. See, if I look on the other 2000 tick chart, that looks quite inviting to go short. Leg down. It's possible second entry short there. Leg down. Try go once, try go twice. But this is a trappy area, this is. And it's clearly getting congested now, so I think people have got mixed thoughts. So let's see if it breaks above this one. If it breaks above there, I'd say there's more chance of it going up. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So there's enough room for that bar to trigger without taking that stop out. So there might be multiple traps in here. So it's clearly a bit congested. So if you got into that trade, you're still okay at the moment, but you're shitting your pants. Yeah. If it gets below there, I can see it coming down. Yeah, I'll be amazed if that doesn't get stopped out. And if you take that as a second entry long, I think there's a good chance that's going to go as well. But it's also congested. So funnily enough, see, it hasn't, like I just mentioned, it hasn't hit that stop, but it's triggered a short there. So, yeah, it's going to push below there, I think. Sometimes, yeah, I thought as much. I'm guessing stops are going to be behind there for that. One more tick. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, multiple traps there. Second entry short, if it took that, it triggered you, stopped you out. Higher low, triggered you, stopped you out. Yeah, we got a new low from that. So could be a leg and legs. It depends how you're looking at it, really. Could be a leg up, leg and a leg, and another leg up to the top. Who knows? It's not the easiest day to trade, though, so if you can stay out of this and just watch patiently, you've done a good job. It's very choppy and very wicky. It just makes it way more dangerous. There's nothing worse, really, than losing your patience and taking a loss, because then you've now got to either finish or sit down here for another hour or so to try and recover from that loss. So you've got to make another whole trade just to get back to break even. Well, you might not even get back to break even, depends on your loss. So it's much better to just sit and wait really for a really nice setup. I don't know how many times I've taken mediocre setups. I still do from time to time, but I get much more of a kick out of waiting for a good setup, taking it, and off it rockets. So if you took that short, you may be pushing up to stop you out. Maybe a long position there that may get trapped. So this is just looks really trappy. So just leave all this. See on this other 2000 tick chart above me, it's starting to look a bit more bearish. Leg, couple of pushes up, another leg. It's definitely looking like it's going to make another leg down there. You're 400 away from passing evals. I don't do that, mate. Sit tight. If it's shit like this, sit out of it. Trust me. That's how you're going to have to operate for the rest of your career as a trader. You're going to have to sit out of it. So great time to start, especially if you only need $400. I tell you what, I've been $20 away from passing evaluation before and blown them, and I haven't done it once. Trust me, I've done it multiple times because I've just been too cocky and I've gone off. If I'm trading 10 contracts, I'm only a tick away, or 2 ticks away, or whatever. I'll have another go and it goes against you. Yeah, so use me as an example, what not to do. Yeah. Oh, you haven't got in, have you? Yeah, it's starting to look bearish, this now. You've done well on this account. It's going all right, actually. It's going all right. It's building up nice. It does take a little bit more time, but what I'll say is I think it's been a slow month. And I think I worked out I did $1,600. You're sitting out good on you. And I've done $1,600 in a month on one contract. And it's been a slow month. So on a slow month, if I can do $1,600 on one account, if I have 10 accounts, that's $16,000 a month. That's serious money. I bet any of you guys right here, right now, would snap my hand if I offered you $16,000 every month. But the beauty of it is if you can do that, sky's the limit, really. So it's small amounts, I think, small and consistent is the way to go. Personally, it's made a difference to me. I always traded 2 contracts. I refused to go to one. It was going to take forever. That ain't me. And in the end, look what happens. I've actually come round to thinking it's the best way to do it. And ever since this is the most stress-free trading I've had since I started. Because even in a large bar, I'm risking a maximum of $150. It's half of what I'm used to, see, so it's making a difference. So this looks like we're going to have another leg down, so it's going to be one of those days today. I think it may rocket off at some point throughout the day, but it looks like it's going to be one of those days. So it depends how you're drawn that. I actually think that probably looks a bit more like that. So I'd say that to me probably looks more like an overshoot. In some cases with an overshoot, you just get 2 legs back and it will carry on. Or sometimes it'll come back, push a bit higher and drop. So if this does manage to get up, we may have a chance. So yeah, I think in all fairness, depends on how you draw that. I like the way that fits there. It fits nice, really nice there. It's working really nice across that midline. So I like that as a spiking channel, which means that's a clear overshoot. So we've had 2 legs back. So it might actually mention that in a lot of this. There's 2 things I notice in an overshoot. It can result in a complete reversal or a correction. And at the moment, this is looking like a correction. In which case, then we could go higher. Now, where could we go to? I think this is an area that I can see for starters, where there's clearly some resistance. So let's see if it's that measured leg. So if it does just have a correction, then we could see some more push higher, but who knows? At the moment, it's been a funny old day, and it's just been a bit all over the place. But you only need a moment of clarity, don't you? And something nice and clear, and you're in. I have a lot of respect for live traders, not for gurus selling expensive courses. I don't mind paying people like Mac, but the trouble is sometimes everyone jumps on the bandwagons. Well, we know that with Riley Coleman and Michael Chin. I think they got older Macs, rebranded it, didn't they, or something, nicked his material. But the trouble is, I mean, even 5 years down the line when I'm more experienced, it wouldn't interest me in charging people to teach them, because once you do that, you're committed. Part of the reason I like about trading is I can do what I want. I can go where I want. I want to take more holidays. I don't want to be, I don't want to be stuck down. The thing is with Mac, he's committed. It suits him, but he's got to do it consistently, and that's the trouble when you start having these. When you start setting websites up and charging for courses, you're committed. You're fully committed. You can't just decide to disappear. And I like the idea of possibly moving abroad for a few years. I like to keep my options open, but I wouldn't want to be logged down by teaching somebody. No, I like what I do. I do this for 2 reasons. One, it gets me connected with other traders, and 2, it helps me stay grounded. I'm less likely to do something. It got me out of revenge trading. I mean, you guys have only once seen me absolutely lose my marbles when I've been trading. But funnily enough, every other time I've blown accounts, I've done it outside the stream. So the fact that you've got people watching you does aid in a long way to stopping you doing stupid things. So like I say, a lot of you guys are here just for a bit of company, and that's the same for me. Trading's boring and you're stuck in a little room by yourself, so it's nice to have some people to chit-chat with. It just makes it a lot less sort of boring, doesn't it? Yeah, some people. I'll tell you what I haven't heard from in a while, the Gorilla guy. He was selling his course for $800, wasn't he? And he had a big sort of group of people. I think I counted he had about 120 people paying $100 a month. I mean, even if he can't trade, if he's making a lot of money. But no, I've not heard anything from him, the Gorilla guy. He did say, well, somebody told me, he said he was having I'll tell you what it was. I was talking to a guy, are you still going to stream when you're making $1,500? $1,500? $15,000? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you don't make money. Don't get me wrong. You make money. You make some money from the affiliates. I'm not going to lie about that. But that's not why I started doing this. I started doing it because I like having some company and chat with people. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm sat at home trading, I'll still continue to stream. I don't know if I make a fortune, I may disappear at some point. I don't know. I wouldn't want to swear at that, but but if I'm sat at home trading, it doesn't matter whether you're earning money or not. It's still boring by yourself. So, well, ask me that question when I start earning $15,000, Sam. You might just get a postcard. No, I do it mainly for the company. That's why I started doing it, and for the fact that it does stop you doing stupid things. Most streamers won't blow stuff online when they're live streaming because you look stupid, and that was my theory behind starting, and it's worked really. It's definitely made things better for me. So, and coming back later in the evening, and I forget who it was, someone suggested, okay, well, if you come back later, just set your stream up. That way you've got people around you. So, but it's so slow, isn't it? It's been such a slow day. I don't mind coming back a bit. I'm only sat on my arse watching TV in the evening. I don't mind watching a chart for another hour and having a chat. That measured leg has not quite played out, but I'm not worried about that. So 2 legs back. Let's see what happens here. Because after that correction, as Max says, a correction, regardless of whether it's exactly to the nail, but it clearly looks like 2 legs, we may get a push up. So if we can get a lower high or a failure or something to go higher, that's a possibility. But it could just be a downtrend. Well, that's looking quite. See, there's a leg down there. Push up. We could get another leg. Okay, what's this? That's just a first entry, really, isn't it? Yeah, there was a time where I always used to take those bars. I leave them now. As tempting as it is, and as often as it comes down, it's only a first entry, so it's a lower high here. But so far, it's fitting okay. We've definitely had an overshoot. I think so, anyway. And it looks like it's coming down. But you still might have a couple of legs. It could trap you, and then off we go. But the thing is, though, every time you do nothing, it comes down. And the second you jump in on a first entry, it takes you out and stops you out. It's quite uncanny how it works. That is a complicated lads. I wonder if Mac ever reads any of the comments. I've never seen him respond to anything. I think I'm sure I heard him say once upon a time that he didn't bother anymore. I've never seen a comment, I don't think, or a like or anything. I don't think he bothers. I think he said at one point he just got sick of people just giving negative stuff, and I absolutely get that. That's why I stopped the comments on mine, because you get people like that, Max. The trouble is, if they rip into you, it does niggle you. And I think sometimes it could affect your trading. Because if something niggles you, you want to be sort of fresh-faced, really, don't you? And clear-minded. And if you've got someone who's just targeting you, I think it could affect your trading. So I think the easiest thing to do was just to stop the comments. Okay, so you'd have probably got 2 points off that, but really, it was a first entry, really. So, although it sits nice up there, but well, I'm just not I'd just rather get a lower high or something. First entries can work sometimes, but they can also go against you. And I know better than to take a first entry. And if I did take a first entry and it triggered me and stopped me out, I'll be kicking myself. So I just avoid it now. Nothing worse than frustrating yourself because you know you shouldn't have done it, regardless of whether it works or not. Exactly right, mate. It doesn't matter that it works. I know that I shouldn't be taking it. And that's, yeah, I don't worry, mate. I got the message. It's in bold. But yeah, I mean, the trouble is that one time it goes against you, you'll kick yourself. And I am in quite a relaxed state lately, and I want to keep like that. So the worst thing to do is to do something you know you shouldn't, because if you lose money, that's a lot of the time where I used to go on tilt. When I lost my patience and I got into something that I knew I shouldn't have done, I get frustrated then and I wanted to get it back. Absolutely, mate. I absolutely wholeheartedly agree. I've got no problem now letting a trade go. Just because it works doesn't mean it was a setup. And in all fairness, if you trade in max, it's not a setup. It's just a first entry. We pull back, we tick below. It could, because of this, it depends how you've got this. You know, like Max said last night, sometimes an overshoot will result in a correction. Leg. It could push up, trigger a short and push up. So the best thing to do is just to... I've given up even trying to take stupid trades now, because one thing, when you stop doing that, you feel so much better, and you feel... Sometimes I used to take a trade and it'd lose me, and it'd bug me all night. And when you feel like that and you get into that little, sort of that little routine of just beating yourself up all the time, you do stupid things with trading. So much better to just not take it. And that way you never hit that time when you measured move it. Gotta love. Yeah. But Karina, how are you in the Discord? It's all right, it's not a message from someone. You had both talking to me, trade signal. Yeah, I've just had a message from Karina Paolo in the Facebook group. Hi Lance, how are you? You're just in the Discord. Lance so-and-so and Lance so-and-so both are talking to me about trading signals. Is it you? See what I mean? Oh, okay, so let's see what happens. So let's have a look. Who said that measured move was played out? Yeah, because down here just wasn't quite enough, was it? Let's have a look. We'll look at that. That can actually come down a bit. Look at that. You can't. I tell you what. There's no way that's random, is there? Not a chance on earth. Look how perfect that is. Look at that. Boom. And then up. Yeah. So that's what I mean about getting caught. Now, it did work. You clearly made a couple of points. But look, that was my issue. I think you've got to let things like this play out. You've got to give the reversal chance, and you've got to give the correction chance after an overshoot. So you're best off just staying out of there. So you'd have got away with that, but next time round you won't, and you're much best to just leave them. First entries, yeah, they work sometimes, but it's not really a setup. It's just a punt. And really, if you're going to be consistent, you just got to leave them alone. And it took me a while. I used to see that and just jump in random. But it's just not worth it. The more you play this game to the book, the quicker you'll sort of get into that nice rhythm. I feel fresh and clear. I've got no frustration in me now. I think I've just exhausted it all by doing stupid stuff, and I think my thick brain has finally given up the goat and said I'm going to play along. But I was stubborn as hell. The amount of money I just chucked at the market out in pure frustration trying to battle with it and trying to battle my own demons, it just doesn't work. And I think that's how people get where they want to be at some point, because eventually they just give up. You'll only do something for so long, and if it doesn't work, at some point you'll give up. It's just some people learn quicker than others, and unfortunately, I'm a bit of a stupid, slow learner when it comes to that. I get a bit stuck in my ways and a bit stubborn. My brain. Yours, because I'm still... I think you've got to go through it. You have to. Our brains aren't designed to be traders. They're not. We don't come equipped like that. So you've got to go through that. And unfortunately, that's why a lot of people fail, because they just have a taste of it and think, sod this, it's too hard. And rightly so, it is hard. It's not for everybody. And I've had to really commit to this, and I know how much I've put in. I bet I've put £20,000 into this. I bet I have, including everything, computer, everything, the money I've lost. I bet I have. I bet I've had maybe 3/4 of it back. But I can get how people walk away, because I've had me head in my arms after 2 years, thrown away a ton of money and just blown yet another few accounts. It's heartbreaking, and I get why people walk away from it, because it's hard. At least they ain't blowing evals anymore. Yeah, they're the ones that don't scare me anymore. But even taking evals used to scare the shit out of me. I remember sitting here in an eval when a trade was going against me and feeling like I had my neck in a vice. My jaws used to get stiff. I used to grind my teeth. Since I started trading, I've picked up a little habit, like a little cough and a little sniff. I spoke to someone about it, and they said if you're in a stressful situation, you do all sorts of weird stuff. But I've noticed on my videos lately, it's not as bad since I've reduced the risk. So it just goes to show, if you're put under pressure, you do some stupid things. But yeah, excuse me, I had this terrible little habit of coughing and sniffing, and just my throat was dry all the time, just because I was purely stressed. So now we have got a channel down here. It is confirmed, so it could have a break and come down. So many times, same again, overshoot, correction, thinking now we're going up. And I've taken along and it's triggered me and come down. So I always give this chance to play out. Absolutely. Yeah, being stressed and stuff, you do some weird stuff, I got to say. I remember sitting at the door of a plane about to jump out at about 3,000 feet, thinking of every excuse in the book how I can get out of this. But at the end of the day, I had about 6 people sat behind me, wedged into a small plane. I didn't have a choice in the end, but all of a sudden I wanted to be anywhere but there. But there you go. Stress makes you do strange things. It really does. Okay, so this is what I mean. We got a leg up, pull back to the EMN. It looks like another leg up now. In the past, thinking, we're going up now, see? Overshoot, correction, we're going up. And we might well, so I've took a trade there, and it'll trigger you, and then come down and make a new low from this channel. So another one I tend to stay out of. See, if it's a correction, it may go up. If it's an overshoot and a reversal, it could come down, so it could do a bunch of stuff here. It's getting a bit congested, so it could trap that long if people think to go, and it may well rock it up. But I always avoid these now because sometimes I've gone long here and it comes down and makes a new low from this channel. Strangely enough, if I look on this chart above my head, it's already triggered that bullish bar here. Channel down, push up, it's already triggered. And look at that. See what I mean? Channel down there. You're thinking, there we go, channel. So leg up, overshoot, whatever. Correction, beautiful correction. Straight up strong. Come back to the EMA, test the EMA and rock it up again. So how many people are going to go along there thinking high or low, correction, and look what happens, it triggers you. I just give up now. So many times now I spot these areas where I'd have been trapped and they would have worked. They'd have trapped me out. So I've learnt now by getting trapped, and it's the best way to learn. So that's triggered now. See what might happen. It may go up and stop that out, but I think it's probably likely going to come down now. To at least maybe take this, but might not be a terrible short to take that, to be fair. It looks okay on this one, but on there it looks bloody huge. But look at the difference. They're both 2000 tick charts, but look at the difference. Strange. Given the time again, I may have taken that one. But on this chart, it looks shit, doesn't it? But I think that's good for 2 points, that. We had a break of it. Traps or longs. Yeah, that's surely going to make 2 points. Okay, so there's your 2 points. Ooh, it's tight. But obviously on this chart, it's surprising how different they look, isn't it, really? Same sort of information, but quite different. But I don't think that's a bad trade, actually. New low after this. So let's mark that at 2 points. I'd want to get out before the stems. I always like to get out at the bars. A lot of times they would come out the bars but not hit the stems, so I'd say that's probably good for a couple of points. So if you come out there, yeah, definitely 2 points easy. That's good for. So there's 2 points there. I've got no doubt that's gonna push through there. Channel confirmed 3 times. Push up, break, lower high, nice lower high. Trapped out the longs who think we're going to push higher and push down. So it wouldn't have pushed through there, but I'm pretty confident that's going to come down. Surprising how different these are, really. Yeah, okay, so you've got 2 points out there. You may get a bit more, actually, but does anybody else use two 2000 tick charts and just have that that data series? Because there's no setup there. There's a lower high there after a break. But there's nothing there at all, is there? I'm going to take pictures of these later on. I'm going to post them on the Facebook group and just see if what other thoughts people have got on them. So yeah, that comfortably made 2 points. So interesting, that is interesting. Yeah. I personally use higher time frame tick chart and then a range chart, which I find cleaner and more clear. I just trade each as if the other didn't exist. Yeah, there's definitely something there, isn't there? I wonder which way Mac has his. Well, someone said he more or less has it the same as mine, which would mean he just tends to have the one chart. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. Daughter talking about Christmas lists. Let's have a look. What's your opinion on Moo Moo? He seems to be struggling, not convinced. Yeah, I think one of the things about him is I think he's doing okay, but he only scalps a point, doesn't he? And I was watching him trade the other day, and he does take quite a few trades. But what I saw him make $100 twice and lose a trade and been down 400. So personally, I think to trade one contract, to scalp 1 point, I think you've got to be a really good trader. And you also have to have a runner. But I just can't see it viable at the moment. I mean, if you happen to trade a big bar that was 3 points, let's just take that one for instance. Let's say you went short there. So let's say you go a tick below and a tick above. Okay, so you're risking. So if he wins 4 trades in a row for 1 point, and he loses this one trade with commissions, he's going to be in the red. So what I'm saying is 80%. If you're winning at 80%, you're going to be in the red. Trading bars like that, you might have a slight be in the green. So my opinion is, he's a nice lad. I think he'll do okay. But scalping a point, in my opinion, what I think people forget is the bars are bigger. Mac taught this as a maximum 2 point risk. Well, look at the ATR at the moment. A tick above, tick below, you're talking an average of 2.75 points. Now, if the risk bar's bigger, the profit bar is going to be bigger. You can't have only larger signal bars and then a smaller risk. It doesn't work. So if your risk goes up, your profit has to go up. Well, I'll tell you, Halo, I think the reason Mac does it is because I'd say on his scalps he makes his basic wage, and on his runners he makes his bonus. And if you've been doing it for 25 years, you'll get away with it, I think. Mac's been doing it that long, he's very good at it. But in my opinion, if the risk goes up, you have to put... At the end of the day, if you own a supermarket, all right, and you buy a tin of beans for 50 pence and you sell them for £1, if the price of beans goes up from the wholesalers and you're paying 75 pence a tin, you have to put your prices up, otherwise you're going to lose. But all the bars are bigger, so the risk bar's bigger, and so is the next bar that's going to make you profit. It's common sense. So I think, in my opinion, 6.6 ticks minimum. I know Daniel and Marco go for 6 ticks, but they also go for... I know Daniel goes for runners, so if you're scalping less, you have to go for a runner, because that's where you really make your money. But yeah, in my opinion, I'd never trade 1 point. Maybe years ago when, your maximum risk was 2 points, but you're lucky to find a risk for 2 points nowadays. You're lucky to. So for me, I personally think 2 points is in a good ballpark, maybe even a bit more. But what I like to do is judge each trade on its merit. So if we have a leg up, 2 legs of correction perfectly, and a higher low, and it's in a bull market, I think there's a good chance we're going to have another leg. So in which case, I'll go for more points. Bloody hell, I like this.
Order filled.
In which case, I go for more points. It's all right, I just jumped in a bit willy-nilly there, but we got a leg down, 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt to go higher. This, to me, is a penguin trade. Way more risk than I wanted, but I think it's good. Let's have a look. It's a 4 point risk. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. Okay, I like the trade. We've got a leg down. 1 attempt to go higher. 2nd leg attempt to go higher. Failure. I'm just going to scalp a point, though. or I may get out of this. Okay, no, I'm going to leave it. 10-2. Yeah, it's a bit more risk than I wanted. We've got a leg down, try to go one strike, twice fed it. I like the way that pushed strongly through there, so I'm going to sit on this. Yeah. I was tempted to get out there when it went down to there. So we've got a leg down, try to go one strike, twice failure. We'll see. I think it's a penguin trade. We've got a leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, failure. I think we're okay. I think we're okay, yeah. I'm just going to get out for a point. Don't get me, come on.
Target filled.
Okay. I think that's coming down. There's going to be some stops there, some stops there. I think that's going to come down to here. We've got a leg down, one attempt to go high, second attempt to go high. That pushed strongly through the EMA. So I think that's coming down a bit lower. Certainly to the lows for sure. But there you go. That's the trouble. The trouble is, at the moment, when is a win? Yeah, it's a point scalp, isn't it? What I'll say is, at the moment, I've got such a good win rate, and I'm trying to hold it, and I think sometimes I'm taking a little bit less points because I'm trying to get the win rather than, do you know what I'm saying? That's coming down for me, absolutely. Certainly below here. That's a what's it trade? That is what's the word I'm looking for? Penguin trade. We got a leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, strong push through the EMA. That's just rocketed straight through the EMA. For me, that's going to make a new low. The trouble is for me now, I'm trading at about 86% win rate, which is pretty good in my opinion, consider I'm averaging about 2.4 points. But as soon as I seem to get in the green, I'm wanting to get out the trade to keep me win rate. Does that make sense? So what I think I need to do is relax and let the trade play out to where I think it was. My only slight risk with that, it was a slightly bigger risk. So I initially wanted 2 points to get out before the lows, which it would have made, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, it would have done. It's gone down to 3.25. But once it gets below here for me, I think So that would have made, in fact, in all fairness, I got in a bit lower than that, didn't I? Yeah, I got in a couple of ticks lower. So, yeah, I got in a tick lower than I should have done, but it's going to push below there, in my opinion. So, yeah, I mean, that would have... You'd have got 2.5, 2.75 points at it, which is what I'd have come out at. Where has the stop of the target indicator come from? Where has the stop? I'll show you. I shall show you, my friend. So what did I get there? It was a point, wasn't it? Okay, point's a point. I don't mind. Okay, I'll show you. So let's go on to a sim. We're on a sim. We're on one contract. Let's just double check.
Order submitted.
Yeah, we're on a sim. Okay. I'll show you.
Order filled.
This here, it's an indicator called... sorry, I still like to win these. It's an indicator called... And it's free, you'll be glad to know. Yeah, it's useful because, you know, sometimes if you got this here, you've got to go back and you've got to count 1, 2, how many points risk am I at? Straight away, it tells you that's me stop, that's me target. I'm trading one contract, 12 ticks, 4 ticks profit there, and I know exactly what my risk on, and it's called... it's called... order line detector. Just Google it and you'll find it. Order line detector, and it's free. And obviously you can adjust it, colours, order line detector, so on and so forth. I still want to get a tick out of this, even though it's a sim. Go on, come down, come down, come down, come down. I don't like my sim looking red. Okay.
Target filled.
But yeah, that's it. Order line detector. So let's go back onto me. Yeah, so. But yeah, it's useful because sometimes if you got your bar, you got to look for your lines and you can work out how many points of risk you are. Brilliant. Yeah, it's free, mate, as well. So as far as I'm concerned, that will get below there because 2 legs of correction, there'll be some longs there and they'll be thinking a couple of legs back and up again. So that'll break below there, in my opinion. So I feel embarrassed, 1 point scalp, but there we go. Just lost my confidence. But that, to me, yeah, it worked. It's a penguin trade. Wow, look at that. I said there'll be some stops there. 2 legs of correction pushing up. But that, if you look at penguin, that's a classic penguin trade of that. Channel down, and it's nicely. We had one attempt to go higher, came back. Another attempt, very clear attempts. And when that went up, it dropped quick. So that's where... he'd have taken 1-to-1 on that. We'll have a look at that tomorrow, just check he will have done, but he'd have gone for... He may have took a bit less than that. He may have took on a limit order because he'd want to get out before the lows, I think. So there. So I'd say he'll take 14 ticks there. But yeah, 2 legs of correction. There'd have been some buyers in that. You can tell how many buyers are in there by the way that pushed up. So this looks like maybe a couple of legs back. And then another push up, which is why people, I think, held on there, which is why when it broke below there, we had that quick steep push, that quick push down. So, 1 point. Sorry about that. Sean, yeah, that was a good trade. Nice. Think he stops trading around about 1. Oh, so he might not have that one. So probably didn't. Yeah, but so Sean, you follow that a bit, do you? The penguin guy, but that looks like a classic penguin trade to me. We've got a leg down, 1% higher, clear one attempt, then come right back, bounced off this, had another second attempt. When it got up there, woof, it dropped straight below the EMA. And then a failure there. I took this one. I suppose you could have taken it. Well, it depends where you want to get out here, but I wish I'd have held on a bit. I seem to be losing my bottle a bit sometimes. But I think the reason I was a little bit nervous about that is because I got in a little bit low and I wanted to, and I was risking 4 points. Sorry about that. I got in about here, didn't I? So, yeah, let me have a look. Oh, it was up here, wasn't it? So I was there, and my stop would have been I was risking 4 points. I don't want to risk 4 points, in all fairness. Now, I'm pretty sure what I'm seeing here, but I haven't been following the Penguin guy for long, so I could be wrong. And 4 points is a little bit more than I wanted, so I got out for a point. So, lesson learned, just be a bit careful. I just saw it appear. It just appeared in my head, that picture, so which is why I jumped in a tick lower than I really should have done. But at the end of the day, it worked. Yeah, switched from scalp to bigger picture around 3 or 4 months ago. Also was trading more maxed after about 8 months. Did you not find yourself, Sean, when you went on to Penguin, all you were seeing is max setups? That's all I was saying. But in all fairness, I think it's okay to do a bit of both. You know, if you traded max for 8 months, you know, you've picked up some skills. So you've picked up, you know, standard second entries. So if you see one, there's no reason why you can't take it. And same here, I've spent a bit of time looking at the Penguins, and if I see one, there's no reason why I can't take it. But it clearly worked lovely, that. So I think it's just adding extra strings to your bow, isn't it? And I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. You know. It all helps, really, doesn't it? It all helps. What was that there for? Okay, that was okay, that's interesting. I wonder whether we are pushing down to break the lows of this bigger channel. Yeah, it's a tough transition at first. Yeah, it is. My Penguin's better just because I'm more patient waiting for things to set up. What I was saying as well is, what I do is I adjust my points according to the trade. Whereas if I was going to take that as a Penguin, it's a set trade, isn't it? It's a set 1-to-1. So I like the one thing I like the fact is I went in there and I thought that's where I come out, leave it. And sometimes it would take a bit more time and come back a bit, but I like the fact that it's set and I can leave it. And it was a little bit slower. Sometimes trading max moves are fast, and you're on the edge of your seat. And I like that way that you would. I mean, thinking about it, we got a leg down. It is a second entry short by the count as well, but it's a bigger version of a second entry short. And I like the fact that it's almost like trading on a slightly higher time frame. It's a little bit slower and less stressful. So that's one thing I like about it. But it's a shame, that, really, isn't it? If I'd have had a few more balls, I might have sat on it a bit longer. Well, I mean, look, that went down for 6 points, didn't it? So I'd have been happy at 3 points, but you know, I'm still relatively newish to the Penguin, but that to me looked like just a perfect setup. Touch. So you can clearly see that channel works perfect. We had one push up, we came all the way back down here, bounced off the top, had another pushed up, didn't get as high, and then dropped. So that, you know, as far as I'm concerned, is is one of his trades. He may mark it later. I don't know whether does he talk about him? I can't remember. I'll have a look later. So point's a point. But I need to, I think, grow some balls again, I think. But because he's still a little bit new to me, which is why I decided to get out, because when it goes back on you, you're starting to think, oh, shit, what have I done? And then when it comes green again, you're itching to get out, aren't you? But as I say, at the moment, these accounts are building up slow. One's just under 1850, the other one's 550. If I get these over to $5,000, you know, I've got no issues with letting them run a bit, because once you've got a nice cushion, it's not such a problem, is it? Because I will say the last few trades I've taken where I've got out for small, I've gone on to make 4 or 5 points or more. So if I'd have just stuck to me guns, you know, I'd have been okay. So anyway, I think it's probably about time for me to knock it on the head. So 1 point, that's okay. Green's green. So I just wonder whether we are going to make a new low from this. We could have a leg down and another leg down. By the end of the day, it's certainly feasible to have a leg and a leg, isn't it? Who knows? So that's me done for the day. There's me talking about, I think it's pointless scalping for a point. The first trade of the day I do is for a point. But yeah, I just realised, it dawned on me that I was risking 4 points there, and I'm not a fan of that. The ATR says by rights I should be trading less than 2 3/4 points, but there we go. So I would say this is probably coming down. So actually, has that made a measured move? Near as, damn it, isn't it? Near enough. Maybe not. But yeah, look at that. Leg. Perfect measured move again. Interesting. So anyway, that's me done for the day. So I appreciate you guys hooking up with me. Hopefully I haven't talked too much. So there you go. Just the one today. There's not a lot of trades I can see, to be honest with you. Yeah, you too, but it's not a lot of trades I can see. It's been a bit of a choppy day today. You could have got stung a bit if you weren't careful. So I'm kind of glad I sort of kept the patience throughout the day and let things go, but all good. So I'm going to save my chart and I'm done for the day. So 16th, Friday tomorrow. Another week already. It's amazing how quick. It didn't seem 5 minutes since it was Monday. I hate the weekends now. So that's me done. So I appreciate all the comments. Thanks for hanging out with me again. And I will be back tomorrow and we'll do it all again, hopefully. We may have to get out of this bloody range tomorrow and get in some distance. So have a great evening. Take it easy. Stay safe and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.